Thank you, everybody. Good evening. I'm Sarah McMahon, the Mayor of Hawkesbury, and I welcome you to our meeting for the 31st of January 2023. My apologies for starting a little later than 6:30. We were just partaking in a wonderful welcome to country and smoking ceremony to start the new year. Hawkesbury City Council acknowledges the Darug and Darkinjung people as the traditional custodians of the land of the Hawkesbury. We pay respect to all elders, past, present and emerging, and acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the first people of the country. I'll now hand over to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public attending the meeting are advised that in the event of an emergency, you will be asked to proceed in an orderly manner to the nearest exit following the guidance of our warden. I would also like to advise that in accordance with clause 5.33 of the Code of Meeting Practice, meetings of the Council are recorded. In the terms of the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, this may involve the recording of personal information provided at the time of the meeting. The recordings are made to assist staff in compiling the minutes of the meeting and to enable the podcasting of council meetings. The provision of any information that is recorded is voluntary. If any person does not wish to be recorded, they should not address or request to address the meeting. The recordings may be made available to other such persons where such access is in accordance with the relevant regulations. The recordings are stored on Council's record management system. Meetings of the Council may be separately recorded with the prior authority of the Council. For the benefit of those persons who will be addressing the Council tonight, it is expected that you'll refrain from making any insult, allegation or personal reflection against any person present or not at this meeting. This request relates to both your address to Council and any answers given in response to questions from councillors. Finally, it is also requested that if any person participating in or attending the meeting has a mobile phone, that they either turn it off or switch it to silent, please. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. I can see we have no apologies tonight, so thank you, councillors, for your attendance, although I will note that the Director of Infrastructure is absent this evening. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Kotlash.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I will be declaring an interest in item 3003, the mayoral minute, and item 012.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll also be declaring a less than significant non-pecuniary interest in item 3 also. Now we have two sets of minutes in the business paper tonight. So I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the first set of minutes for the meeting on the 13th of December. Councillor Connolly, Councillor Reardon, all in favour? Carried. For the second set of minutes, which were our extraordinary meeting on the 17th of January, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lyons-Bucket, all in favour? Thank you, carried. So to start the meeting, we will begin with the item subject to public address. The first item tonight with registered speakers is item number 4, Redbank Voluntary Planning Agreement, Proposed Grosset River Bridge Crossing. And I call on our first speaker, Stephanie Calaborns. That should be fine. No, it won't come off your time. The next registered speaker is Matthew Parks. Matthew, present? Would you be ready to go? Yeah, thank you, Matthew. I'll let you start. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, for allowing me the opportunity to address tonight's council meeting in regards to the determination of the preferred alignment of the Grosset River Bridge crossing and the approach. My position is that it against the determination of this item and that the construction of the Grosset River Bridge should not proceed. My name is Matthew Parks and I am one of the many residents affected by the outcome of the many decisions that is happening in the areas in regards to travel routes. My understanding is that the voluntary planning agreement was executed in 2014, has had various revisions, primarily around the timelines. with one of the main requirements of the VPA being the delivery of the Gross River Bridge and approaches that connects Grossvale Road to Springwood Road. The aim of this new route was to divert traffic from Redbank Estate, existing Grossvale and Bowen Mountain traffic from the Richmond Bridge that would need to connect. From the Richmond Bridge traffic that would need to connect to the Castlereagh Road. Since 2014, Transport for New South Wales has received funding from the state and federal governments to the value of $500 million for the new Richmond Bridge and Traffic Improvement Project, which is underway. With the proposed VPA bridge location and its objective of getting the traffic to Castlereagh Road, there's a major concern that during a 1 in 5 flood event, this route will be cut. Whilst the proposed Grossvale Bridge is designed for a 1 in 100 chance flood event, to get to Castlereagh Road, the traffic will need to travel onto the Springwood Road Bridge and then across the Nepean River, which crosses the Nepean River, and the Yarramundi Bridge that crosses the Yarramundi Lagoon. The Yarramundi Bridge is a 1 in 5, 20% chance per year flood event. It is my recommendation that this project should be stopped and the funding be allocated from the developer to Transport for New South Wales, construct a route that will have a large flood resilience and still achieve the objective of diverting the existing traffic from the existing bridge. Funding can be moved from various project to project, in particular if the developer is funding. It is on this note that I recommend that the council does not determine in the affirmative for this determination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Are you open to questions from councillors?
Sure.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Zamprogno.
Thank you, sir. And I'm aware of your concerns. Do you have any special information that's not been disclosed to us? Our understanding was that if council didn't resolve to build this bridge and a payout was made to Transport for New South Wales, that they would not build the bridge at all. You're suggesting that the money go to them and that they will build a bridge, but that's not our understanding.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further information in regards to those arrangements, but from talking to other associations, such as the North Richmond District Community Action Association, they believe the funding can be moved from the developer and it can go into another project. Not saying that a bridge doesn't need to be built, just not that bridge in that area. It could go to the Richmond Bridge project and the bridge potentially could go down and be built in the purple route location.
No further questions? Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Oh,
Chair.
sorry, my apologies. Councillor Sheether.
Do you live on the route that's proposed?
I'm on the route, not on that route.
Yeah.
I'm actually in the, and I'll be speaking later on in regards to the Richmond Bridge project. And it can be connected.
Yeah. The old bridge of Richmond and the proposed new one is likely to go out before the bridge that you're speaking of, in relation to heights and flooding.
The new bridge, the 1 in 20.
Yeah.
But the 1 in 5 Yarramundi Bridge will still go under first.
Springwood Road.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure about Springwood Road, but I know about Yarramundi Bridge will go under before the new.
There's two
the
places on Springwood Road, but they can be raised as well. Your concern mainly is that for flood evacuation that it's limited. Considering we haven't had a flood in 30 years until the last 5, we wouldn't have had that concern. So why is it that you're so concerned that the bridge that would give normal access is denied for a few days, perhaps a year?
That's true. It is only a small, 20%, but it's only 20% chance of it happening. But then why do you build a bridge 1 in 100? You may as well build a bridge in 1 in 20, all bridges, and save money. So it is more about, looking at that complete congestion as a whole around that whole precinct, around North Richmond, Grossvale, Bowen Mountain, and how do we get the best solution for the Hawkesbury?
Sounds good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Stephanie Calaborns, would you be ready now? Lovely, thank you. Please proceed.
Firstly, I want to apologise to everybody for not being organised. I really apologise. I wasn't sure I was going to be first up, but I am organised now, so thank you. Firstly, with regard to this item, I'd like to give a bit of background. And it says to place the amendment for the VPA on public exhibition for 28 days. So I'm asking, how come the staff of Hawkesbury Council decided in regard to submissions to redact a lot of information, if not all of the information, that directly related to the VPA? Everything to do with ICAC, everything to do with Operation Spicer was taken off. Also, how come information was redacted with regard to minutes? This is directly related, please don't, it's directly relates to what's going on. It directly relates to what's being asked tonight. So I'm going on, and I'm also going to say the 1 in 100 flood immunity with regard to the Yarramundi Bridge, as in the minutes between Andrew Flaherty and Transport for New South Wales in 2012, found that there was a 1 in 5 flood immunity at Yarramundi Bridge. I'd like to remind people here tonight that the 1 in 100 and 1 in 5 is not once every 5 years or once every 100 years. It is the chance that it will reoccur at that level again in that 5 years or 100 years. And I'm saying, given our current flood events, this development is far from risk-free. And we've all seen with other supposed flood-free bridges built by this government that flood-free does not mean flood-free. Furthermore, the known flood occurrence at Yarramundi Bridge from the development of the Grose River Bridge is further impacted due to high traffic density, and I believe this increased traffic flow would place a greater risk burden to Yarramundi Bridge, causing a traffic jam on both bridges, and as we've seen in the past, people getting washed off bridges in flood, when floods occur. Community engagement, discussions with affected property owners and Red Bank communities. Here tonight, we actually have somebody who is to be affected in the community of Groswold with this bridge, and has never been consulted by this community, by this council. I apologise. I note that on numerous times, Hawkesbury Council's deliberately included Mark Regent and Andrew Flaherty into discussions with the Wilcox family, and this is not in line with transparency, specifically when Mark Regent has been named as a lobbyist at ICAC and found to have sent funds to the electoral campaign of Bart Bassett.
As the chair,
Excuse
if I,
me.
no, excuse me. As the chair,
it's
you
true.
will
This
cease
is true.
speaking. As the chair, I
This
conduct
is-
this meeting. You know,
and
you will
I-
cease speaking, and under part 4.14 of the Code
And-
of Meeting Practice, you will keep relevant to
If
the
it-
item.
I am.
Or I will.
It is the VPA. The VPA has
Calaborn.
the VPA has everything to do with this,
As the chair,
and
you
it's
will be
known-
over the top of
and
me.
it's
Please
known
stop.
that
Please
you
stop.
work for Bart Bassett.
Please stop.
Excuse
the
me, Madam
chair-
Bennett, you worked for Bart Bassett.
As the chair, you do
You
not
work for
speak
Bart
over
Bassett.
me.
So,
No, excuse me. Are you
encourage-
going to stop there, Ms.
encourage
Calaborn? Your
informed
behaviour is
community.
exceptionally
The
rude.
fact that Hawkesbury
I'm going to
Council
call this meeting to
decided
adjournment, please.
decided
Thank you
to
very much.
deliberately
5 minutes
deliver
adjournment
flyers in
ending now.
relation
Please
to
turn
the
microphone off.
VPA to North Richmond, which is upland. Yeah. Oh, what are you worried about? You are. I'm telling the truth.
Thank you, everybody. We will now resume the Hawkesbury City Council meeting at 6:56 p.m. And I call on our next speaker, Marion Wilcox.
Okay, thanks. Firstly, I would like to thank you for agreeing to revisit the proposed route, as this has made a huge difference to our family. I also wish to state that we support option 1 and that we have sent emails expressing our concerns with option 2, to which we are strongly opposed. We are not opposed to the bridge being built and the route detailed in option 1, which will run through vacant horse paddocks. This option will only affect 2 property owners and be located 13 metres away from our house. Option 2, we believe, will affect 4 property owners. The Star property is approximately 75 acres of land on 2 titles, with their home and stables located 300 metres away from our boundary. Our property consists of 15 acres on 1 title, and our family home is 12 metres from the boundary. We oppose option 2 because it will locate a main road only 5.2 metres from our family home. This will mean the probable disturbance of our home's foundations, greatly infringe on the amenities of our property, and require the destruction of our current driveway and infrastructure, including our stables and round yard. We will also have limited, if any, access to our sheds, as their entrance is at the east, and we will need to build a new driveway on the western side of our property, including 2 culverts over a flowing creek. Option 2 is not equitable at all, and the council report, which appears to be biased towards favourable vote for option 2, is not acceptable to us. The statement on page 25, quote, "The proposed road in the Monsell 1986 design is relatively closely aligned with option 2, unquote, is incorrect. Option 2 actually uses both properties, which was not the case with the Monsell design, which was restricted to the Star property. Therefore, option 1 is the one that aligns with the Monsell design and not option 2. We have never stated that we do not support any options as stated on page 26 of the report. What we said was that we would consider only one option and that the other 2 options running through our property were not acceptable to us. Stating that option 2 most equitably shares the burden is untrue. How is it more equitable to move the road only 5.2 metres from our house when option 1 is 13 metres from our house and only affects a vacant horse paddock? This also contravenes council's planning regulations, which require a setback of 10 metres from main roads. In our view, the statement that Star uses this land to move horses in times of flooding is untrue, as we have lived there over 21 years and have never witnessed this happening, and he would have to go through a flooded creek to get to that land. At the rear of our property, there is an Aboriginal birthing tree, which is over 200 years old and which has been documented by the CSIRO. This tree appears to fall in the path of option 2. There is no reasonable argument why option 1 should not be the favoured option, as it is hard to believe that the welfare of horses is being put forward as more important than the permanent impact and welfare of a Hawkesbury family, which you have been elected to represent. We strongly believe that option 1 is the most equitable route, considering all the above facts, and would be the option chosen by a person making a fair and conscionable decision between these 2 options. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilcox. Is there any questions? No, thank you very much. That concludes our public speakers. Do I have someone to move something,
Madam Mayor.
please? Councillor Zamprogno.
Yes, I've sent a form of words to staff and I'd like to seek a seconder.
We'll wait till those words are on the board, please.
Sorry, erratum. Point 2 should refer to option 1.
If councillors have read that, can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Zamprogno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It has taken us a very, very long time to get here. And I could dilate at length about why we couldn't arrive at this point 2 or 3 or more years ago, but that's a well-worn story. So I'll just focus on what's before us this evening. We asked at our November meeting, the various parties to go away and draft new routes that would avoid demolishing the Wilcox home. There were those at the time who told me that that was not possible from an engineering or financial or other perspective. Lo and behold, we've been presented routes that are Ausroads compliant, that confer the appropriate degree of flood immunity, that impact on a similar or possibly even a lesser number of properties than any of the previous unsatisfactory options did. And I think option one clearly lays the fairest burden on everybody, saves a farmhouse. Not that we're favouring any particular land or property owner, that properties will have to be acquired. People will have to live with this development on or adjacent to their property. There is a proper process to plan and compensate those people, but I'd like to think that tonight that the evidence before us clearly shows that option one is the fairest. So I'd like to seek the endorsement of my colleagues.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. I won't be supporting that motion. I intended to support option two. I think I find the position we're in incredibly difficult in that we've been given a report from staff with no recommendation. It essentially says that, and I agree with the comments of the speaker, that the report almost appears to recommend option two, but doesn't actually say that, in that it says that it's more equitable, and points out some of the issues with option one. Is there an issue with the audio
Silence
system?
from the gallery, please. Councillor Connolly, please speak a bit louder if you can, but that will be all from the gallery. Thank you.
If we go back to the start of this process, there was quite a lot of commentary around the fact that documents from 2017 appeared to show an instruction given to avoid a particular property, which, you know, is still something that this council should get to the bottom of, because it doesn't seem right. But what's being suggested tonight is that we do that ourselves deliberately. We pick a particular property to avoid and take somebody else's land instead, just because one particular property owner wants that. I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't feel that I'm doing my job if I do that just because it might be the easiest thing to do right now. There's an option before us that goes between the two properties that meets all the guidelines set by council's resolution. There's a property owner here tonight that's very upset about their property being acquired, but from what we've been reported to us, there's another property owner who also doesn't want their property acquired. There's a solution that
Gallery, please stop. Our councillors are under the Code of Meeting Practice entitled to be heard in silence, so please respect it or you will be removed from the chamber.
I don't feel comfortable being put in a position of just picking a particular property owner and avoiding their property. As based on the council report, I agree it is the most equitable solution just to go down the boundary and take some of both properties, go along the common boundary rather than impacting one property more than the other. So if this fails, I'll be supporting that we move forward with option two.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Sheether.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. My comments would echo Councillor Connolly's.
You should know better, please, from the gallery on my left. Please be silent.
The
Just keep quiet. Not you.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you, councillor. The behaviour is intolerable, and as I said, that individual should know better. Thank you, councillor Sheether.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. It certainly doesn't seem comfortable with me, as I'm sure Councillor Connolly indicated as well. We had a lot of information that was given to us about favouritism, perhaps to away from a particular property. I had a cup of coffee with the Wilcox on their request to discuss exactly what we're talking about tonight, and what was asked, option two would comply with. There's other options and they want to take advantage of that, and I can see that. But in taking advantage of that, it's disadvantaging someone else. We've got a responsibility to.
Multiple times I have said to remain silent in the gallery. That is the rule of this chamber. If you do not respect the rules of this chamber, you are not welcome in it, regardless of your involvement in the item we are discussing. That is final. I'll be adjourning this meeting and we will be removing people from the chamber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I said, it doesn't sit comfortably, but the council needs to make a decision. The community expects that road and bridge to be built. And if we keep messing with it, and the information is not only being given to us by property owners, either side of the proposal, but from staff and many briefings about it, that's given us the opportunity to discuss all these things. And it's up to us now to make a decision on it. And the community does expect it. And I understand the frustration of the property owners. I really do. And I certainly wouldn't want to pass my place. But if it was, someone else would be making the decisions, because I would have to step aside. But Madam Mayor, I as I said, I support the issue that Councillor Connolly said. I do believe that the motion would resolve the issue. I just don't think that it's fair.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you. We've all got different opinions. We are elected to make a decision. When I viewed the proposals as option 1, 2, and 3, well, it was a no-brainer for me. Number 3 wasn't the option, so we were left with 1 and 2. So when I read it, I said, well, what's the fair game? Is it horses over people's homes? And to get some alignment, for me, I know the history of it, and it's been going on for 12 years. I don't want to go back on the history and why decisions were made. I could say it's been a debacle for the last 12 years, but we won't go past in past. We've got to move forward. I will be supporting the option because I think the alignment should be as far away as a person's home and practical, and the infrastructure should be supported. Option 1, I think, is fair and reasonable. I think I've just got to put people before equine, as much as I love horses as well. But I thank you for the Wilcoxes. They're pro the bridge, and I think we just got to get it going and get the VPA. So I'll be supporting option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, this is an extraordinarily difficult decision, and it comes on the back of a document, the voluntary planning agreement for a development that has always been vexed. And I think we've heard again mention of Operation Spicer tonight, and I think it behoves us as a council to remember that was the birth of this development. That's why it remains a constant problem for this council, and it will remain a problem.
Councillor
for
Wheeler,
this
please stay
council.
relevant to the recommendation.
I am, Madam Mayor. We are discussing the voluntary planning agreement for Redbank. It couldn't be more relevant. This development will continue to be a problem for this LGA for decades as a result of that voluntary planning agreement. And if you'd like to know how that voluntary planning agreement came about, you need only read the documents that have been referred to previously. What we have here are two options. One that has minimal encroachment on a family home, and one that is 5 metres from a family home. I'm flabbergasted that the council report states that option 2, simply because the centre line of the road is on the property boundary, is the most equitable. Equitable and equal are not the same thing, as we have discussed in this chamber multiple times previously. We are being asked to decide, as Councillor Weigel quite correctly states, to choose between a horse paddock, it might be a very nice horse paddock, they're very nice horses, I'm sure, and someone's family home, the livability of someone's primary asset. I don't find this a particularly difficult decision. If I take this out and shake this out against the principles that guide me as an elected Green, social justice, and grassroots democracy in particular, I find this quite a simple decision to make.
It is far more socially just to spare this family's home and allow them to continue to live in it with some sort of quality of life than it is to spare the edge of a horse paddock. It's not our job to just make easy decisions. It's not the staff's job to make hard decisions. It's ours. If you're uncomfortable with that, you might be in the wrong gig. We're not messing with this. We're making a decision so that this can proceed. It's our job now to choose the most equitable, the fairest, and the best decision for the LGA going forward. I agree with Mr. Parks that it would be lovely if we could push this money into the money that's been given for the Richmond Bridge duplication, but we can't. What we have to focus on as a council is getting the money from the developer to deliver the infrastructure that was promised in that VPA, flawed though it is. So we can't let the perfect get in the way of the good in this instance. We have to take what we've got. In that instance, option 1 is the best option. I don't want to support this road through the guts of Grossvale. I don't want to support a road that sits this close to someone's family home or runs through somebody else's property, but I have to make a decision in the best interests of the LGA, and that's what this decision represents. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor. Any other councillors wishing to speak on this item? Councillor Lyons Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Wheeler has captured quite a bit of that. This is a decision we all knew would inevitably come when we knew years ago that a development had been approved under dubious circumstances and with a VPA that was incredibly inadequate for its purpose. So it has been pushed down the track, and that has been sometimes from council, sometimes from the developer. And we must remember when we look at this, that it was originally passed on the condition that it would come as no cost to the state government. That was how it was framed. And so it was to be paid for by the developer. There were issues when they put in an application. There's a whole history around that. And as Councillor Conley, I'll just correct something he said, the briefing documents are from 2019, not 2017. And I think that in 2017, we agreed to look at other options, and this is where we've arrived at. Earlier, when the Speaker spoke, Councillor Sheether said about Springwood Road that we can just raise those bits can be raised. Underlying that comment is the real issue I have with this project, and which I have had from day one. When are we ever going to discuss the impost on our local road network that comes from this bridge? How are we going to afford? Who's going to lift the road? The state government? No. We haven't got the funds. Who's going to build the roads up in Grossvale for all that traffic? This has never been addressed, and we kept being told we'd look at it later down the track. It's never been looked at. So nowhere in this, regardless of what route may have been taken, it could be going anywhere. There's never been any consideration of what cost we're pushing down the track onto our ratepayers. And that bothers me hugely about this project. I'm happy to support option 1, to have the VPA go out to the public for their comment. I've still got a lot of issues around this. And in particular, we've had this parallel with the second Hawkesbury crossing at North Richmond, and this issue, always one or the other. So now we've got another situation where we're looking at this, and then next week we're looking at the Richmond Bridge duplication. So what I want to understand is they've come up with that bridge design for 1 lane each way, which isn't huge. How is that? How is our overall traffic thing all fitting together now? It concerns me that they're still, despite the last council calling for traffic studies and overall traffic position for this area, that has never eventuated, that we never have this picture of what's really happening. Where's all this traffic going? It's coming from this side to that side. What do we need? What is our future? The state government does not release future strategic planning around what development may in the future be allowable within this area, because they do not release the regional land use study. And so how are we supposed to sit here and make these decisions feeling that we've got all the information that we need, which I don't feel that we have? But I will support this tonight to go out to the public for comment, but I still maintain that I have enormous issues, as I have had from the very minute this was approved, around how this development came about and how this VPA has been implemented.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I was never happy with the way Red Bank was imposed upon us, and I spent a lot of time fighting against it in the early days. But it is there now, and it has a lot of people who are now residents of the Hawkesbury. And we need to look after these people as best we can. And this bridge, therefore, is necessary to help with traffic. Exactly how that's going to help, well, that's yet to be worked out, but I can see that it will help reduce the congestion down at North Richmond. It must do that. So it must help the traffic. I haven't been very happy with the way the community discussions have been taking place in the last couple of months. I've been openly accused of not liking certain residents. That I like some, but I don't like the others. And I take great offence at that, because what I've been trying to do through this whole process is remain objective and remain distant from the residents. I've hardly spoken to them at all. I've fielded a few phone calls, and I did that on purpose, because the idea was to stay objective and not talk about who's got the biggest farm, who's got the smallest farm. It was all about what would be the best route for this bridge. And I have remained objective as best I could, but I have actually been openly criticised on Facebook and other places for doing so, and I find that quite unusual and quite disturbing. I don't agree with Councillor Connolly, because what he's talking about, and Councillor Sheath is talking about, is what they're calling equality or fairness. And equality and fairness and equity are not the same thing. In fact, putting a bridge or a road down the middle of the two properties may be equal in terms of how much land is taken, but it's not equal in any other way. And a lot of people in this country, I think, are hooked on the idea of equality. I mean, if you give two people a tax reduction, if you give a single mother with a family a $10 tax reduction, do you have to then turn around and give a multi-millionaire mining magnate also $10 tax deduction? Because that would be equal. And equality, I think, is something that a lot of people hang their hat on, when actually we should be talking about equity. What is good for everybody concerned? What is best for the people there? And I'm convinced that the best option for us here is to go with option one, as Councillor Sam Brogno has put forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further comments from councillors? No, then I'll say my remarks on the matter. Tonight, I'll be supporting the option on the board in front of us, option one. And I have a long list of reasons why I will, and I want to also make some remarks about public behaviour in the process. It has been a very uncomfortable position for us as councillors to have to make these decisions. But Councillor Wheeler is correct. We aren't elected here to play an easy, play easy here in this chamber. We are here to make hard decisions. Those decisions come at a cost to us. We are deliberating on those decisions quite heavily, and we know that they have lasting impacts, not just on the people here today, but on the generations that will come in the future. The decisions we make in this chamber, again, are not just about today, but about the legacy of the Hawkesbury. I have always been a supporter of this piece of infrastructure. I was not a councillor on the council at the time that this was approved, although given the infrastructure that was given to us at the time, I understand why it was. There was not a $500 million bridge on the table at that time. We were a community who had not flooded in a long time, but we were a community who knew that we would flood again. And this bridge was going to give the residents who live west of the river an option for some level of flood immunity, some level of flood evacuation in a crisis. And what we've seen unfold in the last few years, we know that we need this bridge. I've always been a supporter of it, and I always will. What I do not like is the position we have been put in as councillors. And part of my role as an elected person is that I am able to say exactly what we think within the meeting practice of code of meeting practice, of course. And that goes for the gallery as well. However, being in the position we were in at the end of last year to make a decision with pointing no fingers of blame, where we were told it was either this option or you don't get a bridge, was an unfortunate position for us to be in. Based on a council resolution at the time, we have now been presented in this business paper today with 3 other options. I feel very angry that I was told you are in a position last year where you must support this or you don't get a bridge. And we get told now there are other options available. So for anyone thinking that this job is easy, that we have to make these decisions is easy, it is not, it is a burden. And all we can do is rely on the information before us at the time that we make the decision. There's something I'm going to be doing moving forward in my vote for option 1. And that is I will be writing to the Office of the Local Government and asking the Office of Local Government what mechanisms are available to me as the Mayor to find out who made that instruction to avoid the Star property. Because despite the accusations and the inaccuracies that have been out in the community, it was not me. And I can tell you now, I want more than any of you to get to the bottom of who delivered that instruction. So I will be writing for that advice as Mayor to find out what mechanisms are available to us to compel the people who are present in that meeting to tell us where that instruction came from. The other thing I want to say is with this item and with the delivery of this bridge, there has been appalling behaviour by the community, and I'm going to call it out. I said when I was elected as Mayor, I was going to call this kind of behaviour out. Bullying is something that I've become accustomed to in this role, which is interesting because some councillors never encounter it and other councillors encounter it every single day, and I'm sick and tired of it. And I'm sick and tired of people who are sitting here in this gallery right now, smugly smiling, who have engaged in the most disgraceful elements of photoshopping, putting pictures on Facebook with the most disgusting, inaccurate comments about me and about my family. Shame on all of you. If you think that kind of behaviour is how you get outcomes that you want, then you don't belong here in a community where we thrive on common sense and on decency. I really hope that tonight you go home and you have a look at your behaviour and what you're engaging in, because I could point out multiple people in here tonight, I'm sure those watching, who do this on repeat, and it's not okay. Gallery, please be quiet. The chair has the call. I will therefore be voting for option 1 tonight. I want this bridge to proceed. I want to know, knowing down the track, that my kids and my grandkids and their kids, they don't care about the 12 names sitting here tonight making this decision. They just want to know when there's a flood 40, 50, 60 years later that they can get out. And that's the most important thing. And that's why we are elected to make these decisions. I think I've made myself very clear about the process we've had to go through. It was not a process I ever wish to put on anybody again or go through again. But I do hope out of this we get our bridge and our community and our Hawkesbury gets the bridge and the infrastructure that we deserve. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Zemprogno.
Thank you. In order, firstly, to correct something factual that I heard that didn't ring true. Councillor Connolly suggested that, you know, to choose option 1 was to specifically favour a particular property owner. Page 26 of our own business paper says that option 1 would require the partial acquisition of 3 properties. Option 2 would require the partial acquisition of 3 properties. So there's not very much in it, is there? I'll also correct something that I said that was incorrect. I said, oh, look, we decided to go back to this in November. It wasn't November, it was September. So between September and today, 139 days have elapsed. And if in the coming weeks a new VPA with this feature is placed on exhibition, that means that there will have been a total delay on the order of 167 or thereabout days. it isn't an onerous delay to get to the right solution. However, in November, we were induced on the back of our indecision to give the developers another pass at extending the deadlines for the final completion of the bridge from 1,100 lots to 1,214 lots. I suspect the amount of time that will elapse to construct an additional 114 houses will be considerably greater than the delay that we have imposed on this process, simply by acting in the best traditions of this chamber to be critical, sceptical about the advice that we receive, about our gut feeling about whether something rings true or not, perhaps to think more independently than some people in this chamber might otherwise ordinarily do, to break ranks, and to vote independently. I think this is a good outcome under the circumstances and does reflect the best traditions of this chamber. If only we had been here years ago, I think there's something for us to learn. I agree with the Mayor that it was unconscionable that we were kind of given this scare campaign that Transport for New South Wales would walk away from the whole process because we couldn't get our act together and wouldn't engage in their role as the property acquisition authority, and that we would end up with no bridge. Clearly, that is not true. I suspect that it was never true. And if it wasn't true then, it certainly isn't true 7 weeks away from a state election. So by holding our ground, I think we've achieved a good result, and I hope that the parties can live with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put the option on the board to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. In favour are Councillor Reardon, Councillor Weigel, Councillor Kotlash, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Dogramachi, Councillor Jurek, Councillor Lyons Bucket, Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Zamprogno and Councillor McMahon. Those against? Councillor Sheether and Councillor Connolly. I declare the motion carried.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
In relation to the comments you just made, can we have in place for our next meeting that anyone within the gallery is excluded if there's any misconduct whatsoever?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I intend to conduct 2023 with a very firm policy. Speakers are given the rules when they are signing up to be a speaker. They know the rules that they need to abide by. Common decency, respect, I think those are standard, and the chair has the call no matter what, whether it's this chamber or elsewhere. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah.
We intend to enforce those rules this year.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I would love nothing more than have this chamber full of our residents, but to come here to listen to the comments and act appropriately.
Thanks, Councillor. I now move on to our second item that is subject to public address, and that is item number 10. And I call on Bill Snedden.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. This notice of motion refers to a meeting some 6 years ago that I attended. The lead up to the vote that was involved in this notice of motion that we're mentioning tonight was a progressive reduction in clergy attending council meetings for prayer delivery. Those clergy also reduced to a scant handful and then ceased coming from about 3 months up to the start of discussing the prayer agenda. At the vote regarding this item, staff identified to councillors problems in getting clergy of any type, and I do mean any type, denomination and religion, not just Christian, to come, and they explained that the latter months as no-shows entirely, that they just simply couldn't get people to come along to deliver some sort of a theological discussion, prayer concept, whatever you like. Councillors had a problem identified by staff, and eventually, after what I remember to be an unemotional debate, councillors then voted. My memory is an unemotive vote, virtually a procedural matter. In fact, dealing with the facts presented by staff. In other words, the clergy weren't showing up. They couldn't get them. To describe the vote process in this notice of motion as unfairly abolished is not the meeting that I remember attending politely. There just wasn't a motion as unfairly abolished, to my mind, ascribes. Now, I'm not averse to a prayer being reintroduced at the start of meetings. It may provide comfort to some and perhaps remind the meeting of the moral balance needed in public life, if not also reinforcing the overriding legal obligations that have been mentioned here several times tonight already. I'd also suggest to you that you also went to a theological type gathering outside before this meeting even started from First Nations people, and they have many hundreds of religions, and perhaps we should be inviting them if we're going to go ahead and do this. So I'll come on to that. Now, if we're moving this way towards going back to having a prayer, I'd remind councillors that Australians are becoming increasingly secular, that is non-religious. We also function on a basis of separation of church and state, not quite to the extent of the United States, but certainly that's the way Australians largely think about how our government works. Recent census data, in fact, indicates citizens identifying a religious status has now dropped below 50%. In fact, I have a figure of about 40% in my head from one of the ABC religious programs that one hears every now and again. Many Australians now also identify on a hatched, matched and dispatched basis, as journalists say. In other words, births, deaths and marriages or christenings. So they seldom refer to religion unless there's a crisis of some sort in their life or the need for what they feel to be a guiding hand. A bit like a child holding that mummy or daddy's hand and helping them make decisions in life. So they will return to some sort of a religious entity in times of stress, crisis, etc. So many citizens, in fact, are unable to describe religion on forms correctly. They will list denomination when they're asked about religion. I'm talking about Christian here, of course. We could also refer to Muslim and variously others, and because they have also denominations of their religion. Religion and denomination are not the same thing. A denomination is a description of a flavour of a particular religion. Now, our multicultural society has increasingly large populations with non-Christian identification. So in your deliberation regarding this matter, please consider our changing population in your deliberations. You should be willing to accept a prayer or similar from all religions in the Hawkesbury if they would attend and accept by accepting an invitation to speak at meetings if you restore the prayer to the start of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snedden. Are there any questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Dogramachi, this is your, sorry. Sorry, just put your mic on, Councillor Shiva.
I'd like to move procedural motion. Peter, Pastor Dan Canone is he thought he'd registered to speak and is here. But it's,
sorry, what was his name, Councillor?
Pastor Dan Canone.
Pastor Dan, last name?
Canone.
Canone. Is he present in the room?
Yes.
Yes. You'd like to move that motion, he be heard to speak?
Yes.
Yep. Do I have a seconder for that? Yep. All those in favour? Lovely. Thank you. Carried. Pastor Canone, if you are here, please, your turn to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thanks for giving me the time, guys. I do appreciate it. I did all the online paperwork, but it didn't come through. I'm not too sure what I did wrong. But Struth, if ever there was a meeting that someone needed to attend to confirm the idea that prayer was needed here, I think I've turned up to it. But as someone who's been in a leadership role for 18 years and a senior leadership role for 5 years, I sympathise with your job, and I know that it's tough. I've just experienced right now how tough it was. And I don't think there's enough appreciation, and I do not think there is enough thanks for what you do. So before I get started on reading a letter from the Hawkesbury Ministers Association, let me give you personally my thanks for doing what you do. It's not an easy job. They're hard decisions to make, but you put your hand up to do it. You openly put your hand up for
criticism, scrutiny in service to the community. So I thank you. I really do. It's a tough gig. But anyway, I come here with the full backing of the Hawkesbury Ministers Association, not knowing part of the history that a gentleman here brought up. Quite easily alleviated. The Hawkesbury Ministers Association has there's been a transition of ministers around the area, and every single one of them that I've spoken to has been willing to put their hand up to attend. And I personally would be here to open up in prayer should the need arise at every single meeting. That wouldn't bother me in the slightest. I think it's quite an honour. I'm going to read a letter that's penned by our president, the Hawkesbury Ministers Association, Pastor Jonathan, and then I'll add something at the end. I write on behalf of my colleagues at the Hawkesbury Ministers Association requesting that you adopt the former practice of allowing prayer before opening council meetings. Together we hold in common a high regard for representative authority. As an elected body, we recognise your civic obligation to govern our locality under the authority entrusted to you by the citizens of our region. We gladly and graciously submit to this authority, knowing that while no human governance is perfect, your commitment to the well-being of our collective society is as firm as your responsibility is great. It's out of respect for the significance of this responsibility that we ask you to reconsider the recently altered position of removing prayer from the opening of your council meetings. We recognise that a given prayer may not comport with the personal beliefs of some members of council or of certain segments of our society. I know there's people here that may not believe in God. I'd say it's a pretty safe guess that those who do not believe in God would also not believe in the rainbow serpent. However, it's not about what we believe. I believe this is a heritage issue. This is a tradition issue. From me, of course, a spiritual issue, but there is far more to look at than what individuals believe concerning spiritual matters. I'll keep reading. Nevertheless, according to the most recent census data, the majority of Australians consider themselves to be, yes, less Christian, but far more spiritual. Allowing for prayer in its various forms is an opportunity for council to recognise the fabric of our community is not simply physical or material, but includes the spiritual. Moreover, prayer has formed a significant part of our heritage. The story of the Hawkesbury cannot be told without reference to the scores of praying men and women in and out of government. Many great improvements to societal well-being have begun through initiatives bathed in prayer. To ignore the spiritual practice of prayer would be to excise the heart from some of our most influential benevolence initiatives active in our community today. Finally, for those concerned about the potential fusion of religion and politics, it's important to remember that prayer is not policy making. Prayer offered by a non-elected community leader prior to council opening its meetings would not compromise the business conducted in those meetings, because offering prayers does not hinder, curtail, obstruct, or absolve any elected official from fulfilling their civic responsibility, and it should not be feared. For those without a spiritual belief, prayer offers time for reflection and hearing the considered desires of the community. For those with a spiritual belief, prayer offers space to invite divine favour, blessing and guidance upon the proceedings. Prayer would only help, and prayer would certainly do no harm. So we ask you to consider this, and we thank you for the opportunity. I would also like to add, and I don't believe it could be put in any better words to encapsulate the heritage of our nation than by quoting the words of Uncle Wes when he said, "I've been doing smoking ceremonies since Moses marched around Jerusalem." I thought that's a classic right there. But it brings together the fact that we have an Aboriginal heritage, which we have honoured. But we do have a Christian heritage, which I think is important that we continue to honour. There are many religions that do flock to Australia because it's a great place to live. And we can't ignore the fact that it's a great place to live because of the people who built it, who were vastly, dominantly a Christian people. And I think that it's important that we hold to that. Secondly, and I will finish with this, I know personally in my life dozens of people who make it their point to pray for each and every single one of you individually and to pray for matters over council, that there would be blessing, that there would be wisdom. They do this, dare I say it, religiously. I think it's a shame that they do it without your knowledge. And I think that by opening the meeting in prayer, I hope that it would remind you, number one, you are remembered. Number two, you are appreciated. And number three, you are supported. You are prayed for. And that's what I hope an opening with prayer would bring to you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. If you just want to hang around for 1 second.
Sure.
I'll just ask the councillors if they have any questions. Yes, Councillor Lyons-Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Pastor, for that. And thank all those people praying for us. I'm not sure how well it's working, but thank you. Could you just tell us which denominations are covered by the Hawkesbury Ministry Association and whether locally there's an interfaith association?
There isn't an interfaith association that I'm aware of. I did attend an interfaith association in Blacktown, but I don't think the Hawkesbury has one yet. Every denomination that wants to be involved in the Hawkesbury Ministers Association is welcome. We don't exclude any. Those that are included, off the top of my head, would be almost every Protestant denomination, Catholic denominations, the Seventh-day Adventist denomination. Have I missed any? I think that about covers it, but pretty much we're universally in agreement that prayer over our council meetings would be a helpful thing.
I'm just wondering, do you think we should do you think we should carry on all the traditions of the past from when colonial settlement started?
No, I don't. I actually think our history is there to teach us. Let's let go of the things that were harmful. Let's hold the things that were helpful. I believe prayer has been incredibly helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. No further questions? Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you.
Thanks.
There being no further speakers on this item, I'll hand over to Councillor Dogramachi. First of all, we need a seconder for your... Thank you, Councillor Sheether. Please proceed, Councillor Dogramachi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this idea came to me when I was trying to find out the percentage of Muslims, Anglicans or Christians or different religions, and 87% of the country predominantly a Christian society. We spend time for different reasons, and the days have come now. We all witness that what's happening around the world. Most people blame religion. Most people blame politics. I thought that something had to be done in this very room. 4 weeks ago, I was in Perth, and I believe, I can say this, I believe in 3 major religions. I know more about Quran than many of you, and I know more about Torah and Bible. I can comfortably say that, and I will challenge every single one of you, because I spent time and I believe Jesus Christ more than most Christians. At the end, we all believe in the same God. I'm talking on myself. When I was in Perth, I couldn't find a mosque to pray, so I went to a synagogue. On my way back in Adelaide, I went to a church immediately across the road from Flinders Street train station. I prayed there. And in the last 3 weeks, I have attended 3 unfortunate events when we lost our dear friend, Mario. And the very first time in my life, I witnessed something that, they moved me. When I was praying for him, people on my right, on my left, and the priest said that, look on your right and left, which, the tradition, shake hands and comfort each other, which it was the main reason that, I decided to move this motion. While we have celebrations for beginning of any celebrations, we pray to God. We say a few words about the founders of the countries, the First Nation people in here. We have the smoke ceremony. So I thought that maybe bring these priests, pastors, or whoever any kind of denominations from Christian society. Where there is no mosque in here, so we won't have any imams coming in here. So I thought that maybe, and without going into details, these people, a priest or rabbi or imam, they're not going to come in here and recite the whole Quran or Torah or a Bible. We have to, I feel that, when they come in here and say a few words to comfort us, like the gentleman, the pastor, told us, that would be enough. Like I said, the world is not going to the way that we all hope for. Killings, murders, drugs, all sorts of things. I don't know what's happening to the society. My age and some of the seniors, we are lucky. We won't be here 5, 10, 15, 20 years. God help the young people. Don't know what's happening with the world. I thought maybe this kind of, if we pass this emotion, I'm sure that many people will be happy. In my case, it doesn't matter really. At least I will say that I tried. So the rest is up to you people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sheether.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Can I ask the councillor that he might amend part 2 of his motion? And it simply says the council requests from the Ministers Association representatives for that purpose.
Yes, I'm
Councillor
happy.
Dokomashi,
I'm happy with
You
that.
approve that? Okay, thank you. We might need to get that amendment up on the board. Thank you.
Is that adequate to deal with it?
Sorry.
Is that adequate?
Yeah, do you want to just say again what your amendment was, just for until we get that on the board?
The council request from the Ministers Association a representative for the purpose of 1.
Thank you. Okay, please proceed.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't know why when I was here in the past, we've always had ministers that come, only spoke for a few seconds and spoke similar to the pastor that just spoke to us. I'm not going to go over the things that have been spoken already. And it's not that they're not important, they've been said. But there's some things that, there's lots of things that we do as a council and we request of the community and support them. It could be homeless, it could be assault, an array of things. And the churches do all that, along with a lot of other groups, and we support all of them as often as we can, some very personally. And again, the churches do all that. In supporting those other community groups, I'm glad that this motion was put up, and I'd spoken to you and previous mayor about it before. I think all of us can be blessed sometimes. I know Michelle says I need it. But there's other things. We can set examples through the community, and by simply having a prayer said prior to the council meeting is supporting just another organisation that is similar to what we have in our community that we support without question. On the religious side, I think the comments that have been made about whether you believe or not is a personal choice. It's many things that we do are very personal. But as a council, as a wider community, I think we've got an obligation to set good examples. And I think not having that sort of representation of the meeting prior to our meetings isn't a good one. So I commend the councillor for the motion and would hope the council support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zamprogno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to shout out to Pastor Dan Canone over there. Dan, I love you like a brother. I grew up with Dan. We grew up at the same church in Windsor. In fact, I can say that I'm the only councillor around this table who has been on the staff of one of our churches in the Hawkesbury. I was on the part-time staff of the Hawkesbury Church between 1996 and 2000, and I attended that church for 19 years, starting in 1988. In fact, I was on the staff, the junior staff, the part-time staff of that church when the pedophile pastor Frank Houston was parked with us in retirement in 2000. And when the leadership of that church failed to disclose that to me or the congregation.
Councillor, I do warn you under the code of meeting practice, we do have to refrain from
That's okay.
allegations or
My
insults.
knowledge of defamation law informs me that it's impossible to defame the dead. But 23 years later, I'm still giving media comment on that particular issue. I'm the only councillor here who worked for 20 years in Christian private education at 3 different Christian private schools in the Blue Mountains and at Penrith. I was somebody who was prepared to send my own son to a local Anglican school, even when the leadership of that school signed a statement declaring that they opposed same-sex marriage, and more recently that they wished to continue to reserve the right to discriminate against gay students and staff, a position that I regarded as reprehensible, along with the 63.9% of people who voted yes at the 2017 plebiscite in the seat of Macquarie. And I'm certainly the only councillor present, here or in the previous term, who took up the invitation by the Hawkesbury Ministers Fraternal, the organisation that used to come here and give the prayer at council meetings, to attend a dinner that they held in July 2019. Let me tell you the story. They had invited all of our federal and state members of parliament, the mayor and all of the councillors. They got enough RSVPs back to prepare a lavish spread up at Kurrajong, and I was the only person that turned up. The only elected representative that turned up. I felt an enormous vicarious embarrassment for the Hawkesbury Ministers Fraternal. And when I broke bread with them and commiserated with them about that embarrassment, we reflected about what that said about the impact or the relevance of religion to the people of the Hawkesbury. So I'd like to think that I've got some understanding and indeed respect for the Hawkesbury faith community. Nevertheless, I was one of those people who voted to remove the opening of council meetings with prayer in 2016. Shortly after the election in 2016, around the table, there was a prevailing and clearly majority view amongst my colleagues, like Pierre Solomon Laplace famously said, that we had no need of that hypothesis. And in my 6 years on council, not a single soul has ever remonstrated with me or expressed umbrage about that, nor have they petitioned me for its reversal. And before my colleagues weigh in, those of you who were around that table with me in 2016 and who possess some kind of religious sensibility, none of you have done anything over the last 6 years to fix that either. The Hawkesbury Social Atlas tells me that a significantly higher percentage of Hawkesburyans profess no religious affiliation, even than those in Greater Sydney. In 2021, 34% of Hawkesbury City's population, compared to only 30.5% in Greater Sydney. And the number of our own residents with no religious belief grew from 7,416 in 2001 to 22,857 in 2021. And when I was talking to Dan earlier, he was prepared to admit that the Ministers Fraternal may exist on paper, but it doesn't meet. And you might recall, going back to 2016, is that we had difficulty getting anybody to come up and offer a homily or a prayer at our council meeting. I am not prepared to devote the resources of council staff to this issue when clearly we have heard from our community that we have far higher and more pressing priorities. I will quote to you from the business paper: the process described above to bring this back would require a dedicated staff time across various areas of council, including governance, corporate communications and administrative support, and this will delay various tasks presently underway. I am not prepared to do that when we have heard clearly from our community that there are other and more higher priorities. And in fact, I'm prepared to call this out as a stunt by a impending state government candidate.
Thank you,
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Sheether.
The comments that Councillor Brogno was talking about, that's why I moved the part 2. There shouldn't be any
This has to be a question though, councillor.
Is there any money associated with part 2 to council?
I will just confer with the general manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the staff resources that have been outlined in the report are principally around amending the code of meeting practice. And there is an extensive amount of work that would need to go into preparation of that, and also the public exhibition, and then bringing the further report back to council for potential adoption.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Kotlash.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against this notice of motion, and I'd just like to, for the record, confirm that back in 2016, I was the one that moved the motion for us to not have a prayer. And the reason I did this is because the first council meeting I attended, the person that we have that gave the prayer, and I'm not going to, I'll have to paraphrase because I can't remember exactly what they said, but they spoke in terms of the decisions that we made in this chamber would be guided by God. And I just thought, well, no, that doesn't apply to me. And I just thought, well, really, to be really inclusive in this chamber, we really have to have a place for your faith. If you have a faith, we have a place for that. But it isn't in this chamber. We have all been elected, no matter where we come from and what we believe. We've been elected to be here. And I don't really think it's a good idea to have one person's faith, having to be at the beginning of every time we meet. I found that really disturbing, and it's just not inclusive. Australia is growing in our recognition that as decision makers for all of our population, we have to be inclusive. And once we make a decision to accept the thoughts or the prayers or the blessings of somebody's particular faith, then we're putting an emphasis that is, reflective of most of the population. And we've clearly seen that it's not. Councillor Zamprogno said that it was 34%. I thought it was 38% of people in the Hawkesbury don't have any religion. So we have to be we have to come to some decision about how we're going to deal with this. The argument that because churches do good work in the community, they somehow have an overarching responsibility for every decision we make, I find really a bit bizarre, because the police force do great work in the community, and we're not going to get a police officer in here to give us a bit of a rundown on how we might think about certain aspects of things. I mean, we have to make our own decisions based on our own beliefs, our own, faith, our own, just where we've come to from here. I find it a very personal thing, and it just shouldn't be. It shouldn't be in this chamber. I wouldn't mind if you had a prayer group out the front on the lawn like we had the smoking ceremony. To me, that's appropriate. That's fine if you need to do that, but it's not appropriate to have it in this chamber. Oh, I'm going on. I'll leave it there. I don't think this is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. I think that this is very well intended, and I appreciate the attendance by the minister tonight. I think we just got to look at this. If this was any other workplace, Councillor Dogamachi would be in the HR office at the moment being explained to them why it's not appropriate. So I think we just got to keep in mind that people come here to work. At work, I don't talk about religion, politics or money. Here I have to kind of talk about politics, but other than that, I think that's an appropriate way to move forward. So I'm over for it.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. An accountant that doesn't talk about money. I'm quite shocked.
Only other people's money.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be opposing this as well. And I mean, I agree with Councillor Connolly. I'm sure it's well intended. I do strongly object, however, to how it's worded in the notice of motion. To have a motion put before us where there's an inference that something has been done improperly or unfairly is simply not correct. It was a democratic decision. It was perfectly fair. It was a majority, a clear majority, that moved to change the code of meeting practice at the time. I also was somewhat perplexed by which denominations are non-believers, because I thought to be a religion you had to have a belief in something, so I thought they were all believers. But anyway, I'd like to thank Mr. Snedden for speaking. He did raise some of the points that I would have raised. Having said that, I've got the utmost respect for people's beliefs. I have no issue with anything people believe in, and I admire people who have strong faith, and I admire work done by churches, by individuals. I don't have an issue around that, but I haven't liked the steady increase into the political sphere of people attaching themselves to their faith as a tool for how they act as a politician. I think that has led to conflict. It's not an appealing thing to the community. I think some politicians think it is, but it's not. And it brings with it conflict and misunderstanding, and often generates issues that wouldn't have had to be there. So we operate as any level of government on the strong principle of separation of church and state. And I think that that is how we should continue. And we know, we hear in here all the time, we have core roles. Our roles are to deal with issues about public expenditure, roads, rates, rubbish, etc. Occasionally we touch on some social issues, and I would really welcome people from the Ministers Association coming and addressing us on those times about their feelings on those particular issues. I think that, you know, I don't think we can compare it to the smoking ceremony outside. I mean, the smoking ceremony we have is an acknowledgement of dispossession and of forcibly taken land and suffering for our First Nations people. So I don't think it's a fair comparison. It's not a religion. It is a population that was dispossessed. So I think that we acknowledge and have that ceremony for that reason. Like Councillor Zampron, nobody has ever mentioned it in any shape or form to me in the 12 years or whatever it is I've been on council, 10 years. Nobody's ever mentioned it either in a positive, negative, request way, nothing at all. I don't know that people notice. However, the other thing is, of course, we're in here to make decisions on the facts before us. We can be informed by personal beliefs and so on, but we really have quite a strong regimental set of codes that tell us that we make decisions based on the information that we have. So I'm not averse to perhaps a quiet reflection time at the start of a meeting, if that helps anyone who wishes to personally pray or whatever, but I just don't think it's going to add any value, and that's not to detract from the commitment of the Ministers Association. I just think we are an increasingly secular population, and I think that we need to abide by that. I would really welcome, however, the point of view of these people who belong to those groups, and of course anybody, as always, to come in here and speak to us so that we can hear what they think on various issues. The other thing is that people holding themselves out publicly to be a particular religion and so on doesn't sit easily with me, because I'm well aware of the hypocrisy of some people who say they're a religious person and yet they don't abide by the various beliefs and codes. I tend to view people through their actions and how they treat other people and how they behave. And a good counsellor to me has absolutely nothing to do with one's faith, apart from the faith in being confident that you will make the decisions how we're meant to and in collaboration with your peers. That's how I see it. So tonight I won't be supporting the notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Weigel.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm a little bit torn by this motion, but I thank you, Councillor, for bringing it forward. Interesting debate, interesting point of view, and I respect it all. I do pray for you because I do believe in a loving God and I do believe in Christ. So I do ask for some wisdom. I do take the notion of being a senior manager of 160 people I'm acutely aware of the occupational health grounds, that it's very difficult to bring in prayer on certain religions onto the floor when there's an occupational health and safety issue, and you've got to make a safe space for everybody, and you've got KPIs and everything else to be made. I take my faith personally, and every day I'll be thanking that I've found my wife Sue, and I've been blessed with 2 healthy children. No doubt all of you probably thank somewhere or some being or whatever for your husbands and the love of them and your children as well. Having said that, I'm always somewhat amused that if anything happens, you always get a comment by somebody, oh, look at her, she just hurt herself. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Or there's a catastrophic disaster saying, oh my God, I've just hurt myself, or look at that, or God. So everybody comes back to the basics. So although I do thank you on your motion, I think it would be more appropriate to keep it at a personal point. And I do accept if somebody wants to go and do a prayer group, maybe outside, and pray for counsel and some wisdom, then I'll grant you. So my standing is I don't think I'll support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. No, I'm speaking against the motion. I grew up in the Catholic Church. I spent 13 years in the Catholic education system. I have spent a lot of time studying the Bible. I spent a goodly slab of year 11 paraphrasing huge sections of it, because apparently that passed for religious studies. Unsurprisingly, I was an atheist long before then. And I'm not sure that my repeated blaspheming necessarily equates to a God belief. I think it's probably a very bad habit. Look, I think I have no problem with, my mother is deeply religious. I have no problem with people praying in their own time and their own space, but it doesn't belong in a political chamber, in a public building that makes determinations for this LGA. By all means, pray in your own time. When this council chose to abolish the prayer, it was an entirely fair and democratic decision, and it followed due process. So the background to this motion is incorrect. It imputes improper motives to the councillors involved, and frankly is out of order. Council is not a church. I don't wish to participate in your religious practices. It would be coercive to expect me or any other councillor or members of the public or the staff to participate. Those people should not have to wait outside while you do your God business. This is a public chamber and our place of work. I simply don't believe that God, any God, rules over this or any other institution, nor do I believe that we should need to invoke God to help us do the right thing. The Local Government Act gives us a long list of guiding principles, including providing strong and effective representation, leadership, planning and decision-making. It states that we should act fairly and without bias, that we should recognise diverse needs and interests and consider social justice principles. But nowhere in the 3-page list can I find a mention of religion or a need for your God to be appealed to. And these appeals to tradition and heritage are deeply selective. They ignore that the church or that Christian churches in this country have committed heinous crimes against women, children, First Nations people, the LGBTIQ community, and people of other faiths. We can't be selective in our history any longer. I'm going to finish by quoting the Bible, which I believe is an excellent piece of history. It states in Matthew 6, be careful not to parade your uprightness in public. It goes on to say, when you pray, go to your private room, shut yourself in, and so pray to your Father who is in that secret place. Your Father knows what you need before you ask him. I infer from that you do not need to include that practice in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? I might add my 2 cents worth then and start by saying that I'm in a very, very torn position here. I haven't looked up the vote back in 2016, but I'm pretty sure I voted against removing the prayer. I'm trying to recall. Was it unanimous? Well, that's what I'm saying. My memory is hazy now that I've hit the big 4-0. So I'm glad that you reminded me of that. And now I'm thinking, why did I do that? So look, obviously, everyone is a human being and no one's perfect, but there are people in this chamber around this room here who have faith, who haven't always lived that faith perfectly, who don't go to church every Sunday. Sorry, Dad, if you're listening, but try our best. We try our best. And I have had discussions with Councillor Dogramachi since he raised this, and it has been, and other councillors would know, it was something that I was toying with about bringing back, because obviously, as someone who has practiced faith, I don't have a problem with it. But hearing the other points of view in the room tonight, other people do. And this is our workplace. And I'm very, very torn. I almost feel like I'm betraying my faith if I don't support this. But at the same time, are we being inclusive, I think, is the broader question. And I like what Councillor Kotlash suggested in your speech about perhaps having it as an informal practice, perhaps not at the start of every meeting, but perhaps at the start of every year, like we do with a smoking ceremony outside. And we can invite a minister or someone of faith to come and say a prayer with the councillors who wish to participate. And what I'm saying, Councillor Dogramachi, if you might be willing to amend your motion, it would be something I would support if you wanted to change it to say at the beginning of each council year to be held out on the lawn or something like that. I think we do have to take into account our other councillors in the room who are not religious. And if they wanted to bring in a practice that I wholeheartedly did not want to participate in, I'd be quite vocal too if I didn't want to do their practices. So I don't know if that's something you'd be open to looking at, amending it that way and having an informal prayer at the start of each year. It doesn't have to be on the lawn. It can be in another room, the committee room or something like that. For those councillors who wish to participate, because we do need to remember, I think state parliament and federal parliament still start with a church service and a prayer. And all the politicians proudly stand at the church door and get their photos taken, and it's a big deal for them. I think that it's separation of church and state, the other topic brought up tonight, I think is important as well. But I don't think that you can say that if someone's been brought up on a certain set of faith principles or values, that doesn't affect their judgment as a leader of our community. It certainly does in the way that you decide on what you want to do. So if you were open to amending that, councillor, I could possibly support that tonight. If you wanted to have an annual prayer at the start of each year held elsewhere in the building, but not during the official conducting of business, because as a general manager has just pointed out to the question, by Councillor Sheether, that would take up considerable staff time and resources to amend the code of meeting practice. And doing it in this other way, we actually don't have to amend the code of meeting practice. Thank you, just checking, because it's not done within the confines of the council meeting starting. So I'd like to put that out there as something, as maybe a way forward in getting some sort of agreement for those who did wish to participate. Do you have any thoughts on that, councillor?
Can I say only a few words?
I've asked for your, sorry, that wrong one. I've asked for your opinion. So yes, if you would be open to amending that.
Just simple. I never thought it would be like, what we've been going. I'm sorry that, I've taken your times. Honestly, yeah, but one thing, please don't be offended. I'd love to see those people who have no religion. I'd love to see them. Please, God, forgive me that when you fall ill or when you have an accident.
Councillor, I think you're diverting from the recommendation,
yes,
the motion
no
that we are.
But one thing that I would like to add, Madam Mayor, does that mean that, we have to remove, which will be removed, the portrait behind you, our late Queen, who was the head of Anglican Church, and King Charles, is going to replace, whether he will take the title or not. So I don't know what we're
Thank
talking
you, Councillor.
about.
I think that that's a matter of protocol in the chamber rather than a matter of religion. So that would be the difference there. But to go back to my question, would you be open to amending your...
Would you be kind enough to give me...
the words? Yep. If the staff are listening and paying attention to this amendment, that was not an insult. I was just saying I'm ready to go. Reintroduce a prayer blessing at the beginning of each council year to be held outside the chambers, because then we can determine wherever we want to hold it. So just say outside the chambers. Point 2 would be okay, and point 3 would therefore be unnecessary. Are you happy with that, councillor?
Madam Mayor, I've just got a question.
Yes, councillor.
I'm just a little bit lost. I'm just trying to work out what exactly the purpose of this is. Like, was the purpose of having it in the code of meeting practice for the community, or is it for the actual councillors?
I have to pass over to the mover of the motion.
Can I ask through you to Councillor Dogramachi, was the intention of it to be for the benefit of the councillors, or is it a community thing? I'm just not understanding that.
Of course, it's community. We have a diverse community in here from different religions, basically, like I said, I mean, you all express, their thoughts and your views, where you were attended to this church or whatever it is. It was a simple thought. I thought maybe, we would have, that kind of feelings if you were all brought up in churches like altar boys or whatever. If you don't agree, that's okay. That's fine by me. I'll pray at home. That's okay.
No, thank you, councillor.
It was just that then the motion didn't reflect whether or not it had public involvement, which
I think
was
it
why I
should.
was asking the question.
I think it'll be advertised to the public. I think the lawn is the better place for that. And it would be, if you want to turn up and open the year with a prayer, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. As simple as that. And I think that's honouring the theme tonight throughout many other speeches has been history and heritage. And we can't deny the fact that has been a part of our practice in the past, I think since our existence. And those who may want to continue to do so surely can do. But I think this is a way to make sure that it's not forcing those who don't want to participate. You might need to add to point 1 as well, inviting community members, advertising to invite community members. This is what you call policy on the run.
Yeah.
Councillor Sheether?
I'm not prepared to second as
You
a second.
won't second the amendment. Well, it's up to Councillor Dogramachi if he wants to change it or not. I won't be. My point is, I won't be supporting it in its current form. I would support a change, but Councillor Sheether won't second that change. So that's up to you, Councillor Dogramachi, as the mover of the motion.
Well, okay, we'll remove it then.
No, you don't need to remove it. No, what do you want to do? How do you want to leave it?
Well,
I've just given you my idea, but
Yes.
it's your motion.
Well, if we could do it at the beginning of, once a year.
Yeah, I think Councillor Sheether wants to withdraw that, seconding.
Can I ask a question, Madam Mayor?
It's Councillor Sheether first. Have
Yeah,
your slide on.
Mayor, my intent wasn't for the councillors to have a position as a prayer. It was a community as we represent, and that was the purpose of it. Councillors, I'm sure, who prayed don't need a room before a meeting before they come to a meeting here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kotlash?
Sorry, I was just a bit confused about where that was going. If that's not being seconded, does the motion now lapse?
I'm just. Is that the motion you wish to retain though, my suggestion, or would you like to go back to your original motion? It's still your motion, Councillor Dogramachi.
That's okay.
That's what you now,
Yes.
well, that with those changes, you've lost a seconder, correct? Is there anyone else who's wishing to second that?
No, you look confused.
Councillor Connolly?
Point of order.
Mhm.
I think we've got a motion and it's been seconded. And if someone wants to move this, it's got to be an amendment. Yeah.
Okay, well, I was open to Councillor Dogramachi amending his motion to retain ownership. So I would be happy to move that as an amendment, but I can tell there's not an appetite for a seconder on the floor. So Councillor Dogramachi, your motion remains as was with Councillor Sheether as your seconder. And unfortunately, I won't be able to support that tonight. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, or we go to right of reply, Councillor Dogramachi?
I'm okay.
Okay, then we'll put the motion, which was the original motion as per the business paper, which you all should have in front of you. Hopefully the staff can get that back up. But I think we've all got it in front of us. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Those in favour are Councillor Reardon, Councillor Sheether, Councillor Dogramachi and Councillor Jurek. Those against? Councillor Weigel, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Kotlash, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Lyons Bucket, Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Zamprogno and Councillor McMahon. I declare the motion lost. Okay, we move on to the next item, subject to public address, which is item 12. Our first registered speaker has lost her right to speak tonight under 4.4 of the Code of Meeting Practice. If a speaker fails to observe a direction from the chairperson, the speaker will not be further heard. I therefore call on the second registered speaker, Matthew Parks.
Could I just read out my declaration?
Oh, sorry,
and leave the
councillor,
room?
absolutely. Sorry, were you leaving the room? Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Please read your declaration of interest.
Thanks. I'm a candidate for the next state election. And am I reading the right one? Sorry, what are we up to? Sorry. Yes, I am. And I will be involved in this issue as a candidate. So I think it is appropriate for me to recuse myself. So I will leave the room.
Thank you very much, councillor. Was there any other declarations of interest in this one? No? Thank you. I call on Matthew Parks.
Once again, thank you, Mayor, councillors, for allowing me the opportunity to address tonight's council meeting in regards to this motion, which I do not support being endorsed in its current state by the council tonight. We really appreciate Councillor Lyons Bucket and Councillor Wheeler for submitting this motion tonight, following their attendance at our community meeting at Southie Road, Hobartville on Saturday, the 21st of January. That was also attended by Councillor Koltash, State Member Robin Preston, Federal Member for Macquarie, Susan Templeman. I just also want to apologise to the Mayor for any bad press that she suffered as a result of people not seeing her at the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I will say my notably absent comment online was that I didn't get an invite.
Correct.
Thank you.
So you didn't get a direct invite. There was a flyer dropped into your letterbox, but you may not have got that in time for the meeting. So just accept our apologies for that. So I'm a resident on Southie Road, Hobartville with my family, and I'm here on behalf of a significant amount of residents that will be directly affected and are extremely anxious by the Transport for New South Wales preferred route option that they are now commencing the concept and environmental assessment phase, as they published in their December report. What I'd like to do before I address the council further, I'd like to ask the Mayor and the councillors, just on notice, the same question I asked the 80 residents from a 200 letterbox flyer drop that I dropped off, which is 35% attendance, which is quite good considering the other attendance that's happened at meetings. So on Southie Road, I guess my question is who has received from the Mayor and the council, who has received the New South Wales revised preferred option report and the 5-page summary?
I think we'll add that as
Yeah.
rhetorical question.
Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. That's all right.
Thank you.
Secondly, who has read these published documents? And thirdly, who understands what Transport for New South Wales are proposing? From the meeting that we held on Southie Road, less than 50% had read or seen the reports. Only one person believed that they understood what was being proposed. So the purpose of that meeting was for me to educate, having gone into the report in considerable detail and do it. This is very alarming, considering there is a significant amount of residents that will be directly affected by this preferred route selection. We're not talking about heritage. We're not talking about this is real effect on the community. As far as noise, vibration and emissions, from the levels that we experience today. So let me just quickly explain what's being proposed. So we're just going to talk about the part from Kurrajong Road to Londonderry Road. Okay. So, it doesn't only affect the residents in Innes Lane and Southie Road, it's all the surrounding streets, such as the Drift Road, Vowder Avenue, Potts Street, and many more. As an example, there's no noise mitigation plans on Innes Lane. So let me explain some other key facts. There will be 20,000 vehicle movements per day in 2026 when the route is opened on Innes Lane. That's a lot compared to the 1,500 to 2,000 that's experienced that we estimate today. And today we don't experience semi-trailers or B doubles. The road parallel to Southie Road will have approximately 13,000 vehicle movements per day in 2026. Again, we don't experience any B doubles or semi-trailers from about 1,000 car movements per day. And this project, and it was good of the mayor that said, not on this project, but in general, we're going to leave, this project is a major project and it's going to leave a legacy for years and years to come, for future generations. Okay, so the noise and vibration emissions doesn't affect just Innisglade and Southie Road, it affects surrounding streets. In the New South Wales Department of Environment, Climate and Water, New South Wales road noise policy, it identifies that a study area for the noise assessment is 600 metres from the centre line of the outermost lane. To show the extent of this noise study, if we look at the parallel road on Southie Road, that will all go all the way to Hobartville Public School. It'll go to Tamplin Field, childcare facilities. Then if you look at Innisglade, it'll go to the aged care facilities, and also the university will be affected in that study. And also under this study, under the policy, the Transport for New South Wales will tell the residents what the noise level is that's accepted by their determination, which is somewhere between 42 and 50 decibels over an average of a period. There's a formula that all logarithmics and all those things, but it's not going to be the levels of today, what we're all used to and living there. And we also don't get any benefit out of the route either. So, so Transport for New South Wales believe that they have conducted a due diligent consultation process that has allowed them to select the preferred route option and move to concept design and environmental assessment stage. We strongly disagree as a community. In August 2021, Transport for New South Wales targeted an individual online residents information session for the Southie Road, the Driftway, Innes Lane. In total, there were 22 houses attended. That's not many out of that area. And in February 22, there was only 25 houses as well. So a slight increase, but not significant. So, and also where this route is going, there was no one on the Transport for New South Wales working group from this area. Majority of the stakeholders were on the other side of the bridge, on the North Richmond side. So there's been no say. So,
sorry, Mr. Parks, I'm just letting you know the time is up. I'm sorry, we've all missed it. So maybe if you just want to wrap up.
I'll start wrapping it up. Okay, no problem. So it is our opinion that Transport for New South Wales continue to adopt a divide and conquer approach, and this must stop. The residents in the area do not have the connections and influence that the Polo Association has had and seen the route changed in their area in Norfolk Place. But we have 2,000 plus voices that we will make some noise because this is unacceptable. I guess what I'm asking for is that when Transport New South Wales, the proposed is for a meeting by Transport for New South Wales to the council, we want to be there, or it comes in a public forum because we're the ones that know what the route information is and what they're proposing in detail because it affects us. Transport for New South Wales will only tell you what they want to tell in accordance with your questions. So this is going to be a disaster. So in wrapping it up, yes, this is a major project for the Hawkesbury. It has to happen. We have no problem. There are other options there that we believe outside of the purple route and other that has a less direct impact on the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Question? Yes, thank you, Councillor Lansbucker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Parks, for that address. Just bearing in mind what you've said, and of course, just reiterating that, of course, we're not the decision maker, and the intent of this notice of motion was in part to try and request a meeting for your residents with Transport for New South Wales around the issues you've raised. The point two of the proposed meeting is for us as a group of councillors to be briefed on specific specific aspects around the project that will impact on our local facilities and various things that we have to be, of course, guardian of for the whole LGA. So that was what that was gearing to. But with regard to point 3, is there anything you wanted to add to that? Do you want that to be for councillors to attend that as well, or something like that? I'm just trying to get from what you've said what exactly you would see that would strengthen this notice of motion to facilitate what the community is seeking.
I guess for me, on point 3, I guess the concern is we've had Transport for New South Wales has had other meetings with the council back in, I believe it was around September. There was a paper that was put forward in 2021. And just understanding what comes back and what those discussion points are, because as I said, we're the ones that are going to be affected by this. And this is going to be a long lasting effect. We're seeing real estate sold in our street, 25% in Southie Road have been sold. And people, just from our little meeting we had the other day, we are going to do a full drop to get all the people to understand what this issue is, because we don't want them to actually experience the issue. We want to avoid the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I may, in fact, increase something to see if we can perhaps have a representative of yours at the community workshop meeting next week.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Weigel.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Parks. I took a couple of calls, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago on the Southie route. I too wasn't aware of the meeting, but I'm where it happened. But one of the callers said to me, he's in Southie and he couldn't get a right turn into Castlereagh on the proposed route. I tried to look that up, and I just couldn't expand the proposed intersections. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah.
So they're closing the access off to Castlereagh.
Yeah. So there's many issues outside of this noise.
So sorry, just a minute.
Sorry. There's many issues. This is the one that this is the major issue with the project, but there's in Southie Road is going to be blocked off on both ends. That is not mentioned in the report.
Okay.
So I found that we knew that from last time, and I contacted Transport for New South Wales to reconfirm that, and they have confirmed it.
All right.
But there is many safety issues with the turning lanes and different things. Again, we have our preference for another route that is actually the same time. It is longer, but the same time, because you travel a longer distance at that 80 Ks instead of stopping, and you take out one intersection. We know intersections cause accidents. So
thank you, Mr.
Can I just follow that up? I don't want to presume anything, but I guess that's more aligned with the driftway. So there's no more there isn't curves or dog legs in the road if it proceeds.
Yeah, it's running the road along the yellow. We'll call it the yellow road because everyone knows by colour. It's running along Yarramundi Lane basically, and then turning it back up to Crowley Lane and go through the driftway.
Okay, good man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It is longer. It's 1.3 kilometres longer. I've measured it, and but in time it's quicker.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Dogramachi.
Yes, thank you. You may know that, I was in that area last week. I'm sure that you are aware of it. I've never, previously, I've never been around that area, but I received some calls and some people said, come and have a look, see if we could support. I went to Anderson Road. I met a couple of people. I went to Conrad Road. I went to Potts Road, I think. I also went to Macon or Mission, some kind of a cul-de-sac, and the Southie Road. I went there and across the road as well, and I met quite a few people. I listened. You are 100% correct. I don't know where this Transport New South Wales, how they consulted, how they carried the consultation.
Councillor, I just remind you need to ask a question.
Sorry. Yeah. All right. I'll just make it very quick. If there is anything that I could do to support you, I'm here 100%.
Thank you. That's for your statement, not a question.
Sorry.
No, thank you, Mr.
Can
Parks.
I just add one more? Sorry, if it's okay.
Very quickly.
Just very quickly. So I'm taking our state member out tomorrow to drive around the route and drive around the streets so that she can understand more the impact. So, we are taking this very seriously and engaging in other bodies as well to assist us in getting this right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor, we've got a joint one here. So who's Councillor Lyons
I'll move
Bucket?
it.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you, Madam Mayor.
Seconded Councillor Wheeler. Over to you, Councillor Lyons Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Wheeler and I put forward this notice of motion after attending the meeting that Mr. Parks spoke of. It was a very interesting meeting, very well attended. And of course, it became very apparent to us very early on that as councillors, we had not received any of this information around what exactly these proposed changes were, and that we had not in fact had a briefing. We listened very intently to what the community were raising, and of course they have many issues, as you would expect for someone who is in that position that they're in. So bearing in mind that we are not the decision makers, I think it's very pertinent that we get the information to us as a group of councillors in the briefing. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I did send through, but it's not really amending the context. It's just clarifying what the staff have said, which is that we are having a briefing. So at that briefing, it would be good to get the listed items which will outline the impact on the various aspects that we are responsible for in our role. There was particular concern raised about the lack of information around the commercial and residential sector impacts from that project. When the local member was speaking, she of course had much more knowledge about this issue and was referring to things that we weren't understanding of what the impact would be. Hence the proposal to have the briefing, which we're now having, but it would be very good if we could send a list so that rather than us asking questions on the night to Transport, that they have some forewarning that that's the information that we're wanting to receive so that we better understand. With point 3, and you've heard Mr. Parks, there is a disappointment, I guess, with the consultation process. So they're disappointed that they haven't had the level of consultation that they believe people in their position should have had. So with regard to that, I think that if we can in some way facilitate or request, of course, that Transport for New South Wales hold either a public meeting there or alternatively allow a representative or 2 representatives from that community to be present at there's a community working reference group on the 9th of February, if we could request that 2 people from that community attend that to be part of the discussions there and perhaps raise those questions that Mr. Parks was raising. I was very conscious at the meeting that we all understand the various levels of government and how they're inputting either in funding or design or what's happening around that. But of course, we have to listen to our people and ensure that they're getting the information around a project that stands to impact them quite significantly. I don't think that now is the time to go over what exactly is happening and so on, apart from the fact to say that there are various issues, a large built up barrier, which is a noise barrier, but of course it's sitting in the middle of a floodplain. What is the impact of that? Where's that water going to go that builds up behind that large structure? The impacts on the heritage in the vicinity, all of these sorts of things. We need them clearly articulated so that we understand exactly what these impacts from a big project is. And as Mr. Parks said, the people there they understand we have infrastructure upgrades. They understand things have to change, but we need to ensure that these decisions aren't being made without those people being properly informed and having an opportunity to really outline just exactly how that is going to impact them and just exactly what parts of their amenity that they stand to lose. It's a beautiful spot, of course, as we know, and we need to make sure that we minimise the loss of the views and vistas that they get up towards the mountains. I mean, obviously trying to build up a bridge in that area is going to be an impediment in that, but when it becomes to design elements, they need to be listened to about what you know, what sort of things can actually go in there that's compatible with all the various sorts of heritage, whether that's our First Nations heritage, whether that's our colonial heritage. There's some beautiful old farm areas there that have very historic views and vistas that should be being protected. So I hope that we can work on this and that we get some of these answers from Transport for New South Wales, which of course we can then impart to the community if they question us, which was another reason why I felt we needed the briefing, because we are, as Councillor Weigel said, we're getting phone calls from people and we haven't been briefed on this, so we're unable to say anything about it. So yes, I hope that we could perhaps request, I think I would add that wording in. Councillor Wheeler might like to do a bit of wordsmithing on it because she's looking like she wants to. And that would be to request at least 2 representatives from the Hobartville community attend the community workshop. Thank you. Reference group.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment, which is those first 3 points with a point 4, which I've just sent through. The council informed Transport for New South Wales that our representatives on the community reference group for any further meetings will be the mayor and the deputy mayor. I agree with everything that that Councillor Lyons Bucket just said. This is a major project. It's the biggest infrastructure investment we've ever had in the Hawkesbury. It deserves proper consideration. People need to be heard and make sure that the impacts are fully understood. I might just add to that. I'm not sure if that change by Councillor Lyons Bucket was picked up. I'm happy for that change to be in this amendment too. That we also request Transport for New South Wales include 2 representatives from the Hobartville community in the community reference group.
I'll just get a seconder for your amendment.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel.
Yeah. I think this is just a small change to the motion. Essentially, council never got a chance to choose our representatives when this group was first formed. The general manager just sent a couple of people with no consultation with the mayor at the time or with the council. I think it's more appropriate that the mayor, being our elected spokesperson, should be the person there that's there speaking for council. And then if we've got 2 representatives, the deputy mayor should accompany. So that's why I think we should, now we've got a chance to consider it, that would be my recommendation.
I'm happy to accept that as the motion, Madam Mayor.
Did you still want to move an amendment then? You're happy to make that the motion? If you're happy to accept that, your seconder still happy? Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Of course, I'll vote for this because we do need a briefing session, but I believe we were going to have one anyway. I can't believe that the state government is serious about putting this option forward. This option they're putting up, this preferred route, does not solve the traffic problems. In fact, it tends to make them worse. It creates a whole new intersection just east of the existing bridge and the new bridge, an intersection where traffic has to go across, traffic going the other way. So anybody wanting to come across from Richmond has to now manage that intersection, which isn't there at the moment. So it doesn't solve the traffic problems, and it certainly doesn't solve the flood problems either. You might have a high level bridge, but what happens when you get to the other side of the bridge and you drop down into flood level on the other side? What's the point of a bridge that is another bridge to nowhere? We can all sit on the end of the bridge and watch the water go past, but we can't drive across the flats unless the road is raised significantly. And going down through the back of Hobartville and Southie Road, I don't think that's an effective bypass either. And especially it'll be less effective once the Gross River Bridge is completed. So it'll have very little effect on taking traffic away from Richmond. Over the last number of years, the intersection at Bosworth Street has been widened to 4 lanes, and the intersection and in front of the shopping centre at North Richmond is now 4 lanes. That was always, in my opinion, meant to be so that a bridge could go straight across from there, straight across to Richmond, a bridge and a high level road such as that in Windsor, the Jim Anderson overpass. That's what we need, something that goes straight across, no mucking around. It won't the traffic won't be any worse than it is now. The traffic will be better than it is now because you've got 4 lanes going the whole distance rather than narrowing down to 2 lanes and opening up again. So, yeah, I can't believe that the state government is serious about this. I mean, it doesn't solve any problems, makes things worse. So what's the point? And yes, I'd love to ask those questions at the briefing session. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further, Councillor Wheeler?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It became very clear very quickly last Saturday that the residents of Southey Road really needed access to more information so that they could plan and deal with what was coming at them, given that they haven't had a seat at the table. Mr. Parks is right in that they're taking all the burden of this project with no benefit at all. There will be no benefit for the residents of Southey Road or in Orrs Lane from this project. In fact, they will go from being people who didn't buy a house on a main road. When you buy, I've bought a house on a busy road. I bought it because it was a really special heritage property, and I put up with heavy vehicle traffic so that I can live in that house. That's the trade-off for me. None of these people made that choice. They've had this handed to them with no say in the matter, nor have they had any reasonable consultation. Now, COVID's been a good excuse for not engaging properly with people, but that excuse has gone. If you can go to if you go to a party, if you can go to the footy, if you can go to a nightclub, you can get out and consult with the people who are paying your wages. This is public money and a piece of public infrastructure. I'm frankly appalled that they haven't been adequately consulted. What's missing in a whole lot of this picture is local knowledge and understanding of what happens in these areas. And that, I think, is where Transport for New South Wales needs to be consulting better with council. We need to understand what will be left to manage, particularly the impacts on our local road network and our local infrastructure, and towns like the 2 main towns that are affected, Richmond and North Richmond, as well as Hobartville. There are significant impacts on heritage, particularly on Durham Bowes, in Orrs Lane, which currently, under the current plan, has no noise abatement at all planned. There's a significant loss of the views and vistas to Durham Bowes. Those vistas are incredibly significant. They are part of the heritage listing that belongs to that. They are the context of that property and part of the Macquarie era planning for the town of Richmond. There's very few left. They're extremely important to the heritage of the Hawkesbury. There's significant impacts on traffic, not just on that road, but on a lot of our local roads. There's significant impact on the environment. There are 2 wetlands at either end of Southey Road. There's been no consideration of those. I don't think they even appear in the pictures. They're just treated like everything else along that strip. It's just treated as a big bit of nothing that can be filled in. The Deputy Mayor is right, and I've said this previously, this road that we present, when we met with the committee, with Transport for New South Wales several years ago, we were very frank when we pointed out that this road needed to fix 2 things, traffic and flooding. It fixes neither. It's a 2-lane road. We're getting an extra lane each way, $500 million for an extra lane each way. And let's not get too excited about the generosity of the state government. They have freely admitted that they would have had to do the work on the Driftway because it's a high accident zone. 1 in 20 flood mitigation. The new plan along the side of Southey Road, as Councillor Lyons Bucket raised, has a dirty Great Levee as part of its noise abatement, with the potential for a piece of perspex shoved on the top. Now, last time I played in the bath, when you put a lot of water up against a straight wall, the water stays there. We've got a big enough problem with the bathtub that's in the Hawkesbury already. We don't need a smaller one popped into Hobartville. With the residents all talk about the water gathering and running back into the houses. They're just making it worse. This isn't a bypass. This is a diversion. It doesn't remove the traffic. It just moves the burden to the people who didn't purchase the houses on the route to be on a busy road to start with. So we urgently need to push the state government to advocate for our community, to engage with the people who are affected by this. That's us as councillors having to manage the mess that's going to be left from this, and the people who have to live with this when it eventuates. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Zamprogno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I share the concerns and I endorse the notice of motion. Councillor Connolly is right. This is a very significant investment. And I feel like there's some sleight of hand that's going on here. And I think council's proper to state its concerns on behalf of the community that we represent. The community update brochure that was produced by either Transport for New South Wales or Infrastructure, or whoever, whatever the agency was, said that as the result of additional investigations, additional investigations were completed to address community and stakeholder concerns, including a North Richmond Town Centre business and economic impact analysis. We haven't seen that document. All we have seen in the press release that came out on December 15th was that the option was recommended as it reduces property acquisition, noise and visual impacts, while supporting businesses in the North Richmond Town Centre. And I'm thinking, no, hang on. I remember a very splashy announcement, some of us were there, about $500 million that would produce a bridge and a bypass of North Richmond. And it would loop out behind Hannah Park and come up somewhere near Crooked Lane. And I thought, well, that sounds like a reasonable solution. Now we've been told that it will just dump that traffic back in the main street of North Richmond. And I'm not convinced at all that business owners in North Richmond are agitating for more traffic and congestion in the main street. So if there is this so-called economic report, I think we should ask to see the numbers and ask to see the correct summation of the consultation that was done with business owners in North Richmond, because it doesn't ring true to me. I'm also innately suspicious of infrastructure projects that come with a curiously round number, $500 million for a bridge. Clearly, what we are now being presented with is a significant downgrade. We are not going to get a $500 million spend in North Richmond, just like we are not going to get a $100 million spend to repair Bells Line of Road or a $100 million spend to implement the Pitt-Town bypass. It will probably cost a lot less than that, but the state government throws out a large number that's palatable to people with an election coming. But if we said, all right, then Pitt-Town bypass will cost 35 million, we'll find other things to spend the other $65 million on. I mean, you did promise in front of the media that you were going to give this community 100 million. I suspect we're never going to see that money. And in the same way, I'm innately suspicious of this. We've been sold a pup, and I think council's quite right to be asking some questions.
Thank you very much, councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak?
I'll make it brief.
Councillor Weigel.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I don't think all is lost. Remember a number of years ago, they put a line on the map and it was dividing a number of communities with the M9. There's some thought bubble coming out of state government. So we'll say, oh, we'll just go and divide and that's where we're going to put that infrastructure. There's a lot of lobbying to say, well, get lost. It needs to go through the floodplain. I'm specifically talking around Windsor Downs and further up into the community. I think at the time, Councillor, you gave me a call about what we did to go and try and lobby that with a local member at the time, and that was the Premier. They rightfully moved it, but it took a lot of months. I'm talking, it was a community effort for 24. Yeah, the bureaucrats are sitting in an office somewhere in Macquarie Street, just marking it out. I'm in support of this as well. It can be changed. It should be changed. I guess it will be changed. The spend's got to be fit for purpose. You might get an argument from me, you don't need another bridge crossing because it's absolutely needs it, but it needs to be a route that is the best way forward. It's been outlined tonight by Mr. Parks and in the debate. So that's where I am at with it. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Okay, my turn. It's very refreshing to be able to be in this debate in this chamber tonight after having to excuse myself for the last couple of years due to obviously the previous federal candidacy. So it's very nice now to be sitting here as the mayor, being able to talk about a project that I had a significant hand in ensuring that money through that candidacy was available. Mr. Parks, now that I know that you know where I live, I'll have to make sure my lawn is mowed. Not you're dropping letters in my letterbox while I'm there, but please, my point in that is ensure that you do invite me. I understand the hesitancy previously, and I guess after everything I've been through and being the mayor now, I don't sugarcoat things. So if there's hesitancy prior, that ship has sailed. Let's get everybody in the same room to talk about this. Now, through that federal candidacy, I know that we all know that in many projects, or most projects actually, the federal government will provide a significant amount of funds, but the state government will design that project and will construct that project. And I guess that's where, no matter what level of government you're sitting on, if you're not state government, you hold a very strong sense of frustration because that whole process gets taken out of your hands. I think if you look back on some of the things that I've said about the bridge project in the past, promoting the merits of the chosen route and why that route was chosen may not have specifically said that. If you go back and look at the initial promise of $250 million, that was in line with the 2012 Transport for New South Wales design of the bridge, which was a straight up and down bridge from North Richmond to Richmond. And if you look at the investment the state government had put in that so far, that was investment in the intersection at North Richmond, a huge investment in the intersection at KFC at Richmond, and the bridge was to be the third part of that puzzle. It then got taken out of certain hands to say and into the state government's hands, but the state government, in their wisdom, always know better. and they put options out to the community. Now, I think the other thing to be very aware of is as projects evolve, views can change. And back to that point about a legacy on the previous bridge, this one is also a legacy. And we're not talking just about a few $1 million here. We're talking about $500 million. And that's not the government's money. That's mine and your money when we're paying our taxes. So that's our money, $500 million of our money towards a bridge. And I guess as mayor, I look very forward to being a part of the voice of making sure that we do get the right route. I can hand on heart say that some of the changes do not appease me, but I can also say to the community that, and forgive me for being indulgent, an 18-month campaign against me and members of my family to try and get a different political outcome is not going to help your cause. Have you ever heard the saying, you attract more flies with honey than vinegar? So perhaps instead of putting out lies and misconceptions about people dressing me up in Chinese dresses, standing out front of my partner's building, taking photos as we leave, you might want to actually consult with your elected representatives rather than engage in a campaign of bullying. I do look at the people laughing. That's the type. I know all your faces. I know your names. And I will just say what you do online leaves a permanent digital footprint. And that permanent digital footprint is forever a reflection of your reputation and the behaviour that you decide to engage in. So moving forward, I do hope that we can get this right. I look forward to being part of the reference group moving forward. I will just put on record before I end that I did call Transport for New South Wales today and asked questions around the composition of the previous community group. There were not answers forthcoming in that. Sorry to put you on the spot, Deputy Mayor, but you were the mayor at the time, and I'm happy if you want to tell me to be quiet, or if you're happy to nod in agreement that as the mayor of this council, you had no idea this community group was being formed. You had no idea that there were people from our community being put onto a community group. So I'm going to be a little busy bee in the next couple of days because I'm writing a second letter. That letter, not just the one to the OLG, but a letter to Transport for New South Wales, asking for feedback on how that process commenced and how those community representatives were chosen. there was not a transparent expressions of interest put out to our community. There was a behind closed doors process where certain people were chosen to be on a group, and there was not the opportunity for everyone else in the community to participate. And if you want transparency in your council and in your local government, then you will stand beside me as I write that letter to Transport for New South Wales and ask about how that process was undertaken. I thank Councillor Connolly for your point here about putting the mayor and the deputy mayor as representatives on that. Given we are two very different political parties, I think that provides a balanced perspective on that group. So I thank you for listening to my comments about that, and I'll be supporting the motion tonight. Are there any further speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Lyons-Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for that input. I did just want to refer specifically to the relationship to the state government strategic plans. I think it's really important that in light of the previous item we had also that we do get answers around, the actual plans for the future of this area before they're spending such of our taxpayer money on these projects. It would be really good to know. I welcome that you and the Deputy Mayor want to go to the reference group. It's not making decisions. There were no decisions made, although there was a decision made here for representatives from the Floodplain Committee and Heritage, and I think from the Farmers, the Farmers Committee and various other committees. That was I remember at a briefing, we discussed that with a map where we were looking at the map, and it was decided that council would be represented by those two committees. I think that some of what you've said and has inferred that in some way Councillor Wheeler and I somehow thought we should specifically be on that committee. We did it.
Deputy Mayor, I've made no inferences. I'm just asking for
I'm not the
transparency.
Deputy Mayor anymore.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lyons-Bucket.
Anyway, well, the thing is that we did not specifically request. We went because there was a request for people to have input on flooding. At the time, I was the chair of the Floodplain Committee and Councillor Wheeler was the chair of the Heritage Committee. That's why we were there. There was nothing underhanded about it. And the confidentiality around all of it was from Transport for New South Wales. On a number of occasions, we asked specifically that the information from those various meetings, which really were just updates from Transport for New South Wales, there was very little that the people in the room actually did, but there was, they expressly said that all of that was to remain confidential. So I hope that your letter to them brings the answers that you're looking for. I think that there's a lot of questions to be answered. Hopefully, if we send this forward to them in as soon as possible after this meeting, it will give them the time to come up with some of, to find the answers to some of this. I don't know that they would have all of this available, but as Councillor Zampronio said, they had promised various studies around some of these things. So hopefully they can bring those to the briefing and fill us in so that we can actually be more aware of what this project's about, and particularly how, as I stated in the previous item as well about a bridge, how this impacts our local road network, the roads that feed into these bridges. We are the ones that bear the cost, and we all know that we've got issues already around our road maintenance and our capacity to maintain our roads. So any further impost on our ratepayers from these projects, we really have to have a good understanding, and hopefully I would think some form of commitment from the state government to contribute to the upkeep of any impacts arising from that. So hopefully this will pass and that we'll have quite a few questions answered at the briefing, and that the Hobartville residents can also be involved both in the reference group and which is a community reference group. So really it really should have had all the communities that stood to be impacted, and also the public meeting for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Those in favour are Councillor Reardon, Councillor Weigel, Councillor Sheether, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Dogramachi, Councillor Jurek, Councillor Lyons-Bucket, Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Zamprogno, and Councillor McMahon. Absent is Councillor Kotlash. Could someone please go and ask Councillor Kotlash, thank you, to return? That is
Madam Mayor.
Oh,
given
sorry.
That's the end of the public speakers.
It is,
Could
yes.
I move for a 10-minute recess?
I'm happy to second that. Everyone in favour? Yep, 10-minute recess. We'll convene at 9:15. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We are now live streaming again. If you'd like to take your seats. Thank you, everybody. The next part on the agenda tonight is condolences, of which we do not have any. And then we're up to the mayoral minutes.
Items on
sorry.
block.
Well, my agenda, the mayoral minutes are before items on block, but I'm very happy to do them in a different order. So let's do items on block. Items on block are item 5, item 7 and item 9. Do I have a move up for those items, please? Councillor Reardon, and a seconder, Councillor Kotlash. All those in favour of items on block, please raise your hand. Councillor Reardon, Councillor Weigel, Councillor Sheila, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Kotlash, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Dogramachi, Councillor Jurick, Councillor Lyons Bucket, Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Zamprogno and Councillor McMahon. Thank you very much. Okay, over to mayoral minutes. Obviously, both of these next two items are mine. I am going to take the mayoral minute as read by the councillors and not have to go through it all again. There's an extensive background there based on McQuaid. Now, the reason this is forthcoming now, there's a couple of reasons for that. I'd like to thank Councillor Jurick and Councillor Sheether for their engagement with our local community, with people who are heavily invested in securing the history and the heritage of Windsor, understanding that that takes two forms, that is both Indigenous and colonial. And I know that Councillor Jurick and Councillor Sheether have met with members of our community significantly and on these issues. And when I became mayor and I asked every councillor to present to me their key items, these were their key items, and my task is to make sure that we're getting things done that people want to do and that they were elected to do. So you would recall that we had the plan of management of McQuaid Park go through this chamber recently with support. The next stage in that process is to, of course, get the minister to sign off on that, and that is, there's a question mark over that time frame. We just won't know. And of course, going into caretaker and an election, there could very well be a new minister. So we do just have to wait for that to happen. However, that does not mean that we don't get on with things in anticipation of that. So if you look at the items here listed, basically it's just calling for a report from staff, and I have engaged with the general manager. Given a 3-month time frame seems to be a fair amount of time to be able to do this. All of the things I'm led to believe that I'm asking for are permissible under the intended plan of management. So it's not going to be breaking anything under that document. They are all the things that people have come into this chamber before addressing and requesting for McQuaid Park to be. Supporting this mayoral minute tonight does not mean that these things will happen tomorrow. It is asking for a report to come back, outlining permissibility, outlining cost. And as we are all experts now in wanting to go for grants after everything that's been available, having this report to us with a cost of what these items will basically cost means that we can then, when a grant becomes available, basically just hand it in as a blueprint and say, here we are, we're ready to go. We deserve this grant funding. So that's all this is doing. I'm happy to have any other discussion by councillors on this matter. Thank you. Councillor, hold on. Yes, thank you. Councillor Sheether.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, excuse me. One of the things that we did discuss, and we had a speaker here one night from the ministry actually, that spoke about the issues he had within the church grounds of not having a toilet in that vicinity. Could you add to your list the feasibility of a toilet somewhere in the proximity of Don't Worry Oval that might resolve that issue?
Absolutely, councillor. I will make that a point Q. We're getting right down there on the alphabet. The feasibility of public amenities around the Don't Worry Oval vicinity.
Yeah,
Thank you, councillor.
just briefly to offer support and thanks for the work and effort that went into this. And when you mentioned grants, I shudder. I heard the S on the end of it, which was really good. The word grant. I've never come across a more passionate person in my life. And he'll be leaving us soon. But he'll certainly leave a legacy within this town, I can tell you that. He's one of the people in the community. There's others who have a fond vision, I guess, of Macquarie Park and the surroundings. And while we've did a plan of management, we would have consultants and people in that would not have perhaps the long-term vision of some of our residents and understanding. And this motion of yours, I hope, helps guide that to the sort of things that people expect. Because these people, when they spoke to us and have spoke to other people, the comments are complimentary. I haven't heard any that's not. And they understand it's going to take time and money. It's not going to happen overnight. They understand all that. But they would just like to I guess, look to the future, that when things start to happen, it happens with a process that suits the park.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Reardon.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I was just wondering if the restored crop gun could be returned to the park.
Thank you, councillor. You had written that to me in writing.
Yes.
Again, we might use the word the feasibility to start off that point of the crop gun to be returned to the park. Can you just remind me where it currently is?
Apparently it's at our depot at Wilberforce. It's been restored. At one stage, it was at the regional gallery and it was interpreted downstairs and brought a lot of interest, but apparently it's gone back to Wilberforce for safekeeping at the moment.
Okay, thank you, councillor.
There is a possibility that David Ingram tells me maybe it could be at the new Veterans RSL Centre at South Windsor when that's built. There would be a place there for it, he said.
Okay, well, I'm happy to add your point with the word feasibility at the start, just to see whether it's possible or not. So thank you, councillor. We'll get that added as well. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Jurick.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Madam Mayor for putting this forward. And it has been the passion of quite a few members of the community in Windsor, and Macquarie Park is the gateway to our city, and it should be something special. I don't have a lot to say on the matter. I think it covers a lot, and it covers everything that's been the passion of the community. And I just want to thank you for putting that forward.
Thank you, councillor. And you are correct to thank those members of the community. And Councillor Sheether is correct. Grant has put a lot of time and effort in, and I'm happy to put on the record I come into work daily with a new letter from Grant on my desk, and his lovely, passionate ideas. So, you know, we have to thank people like that for caring, I think is the bottom line. To Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Can I ask a couple of questions first? Where did this list come from?
It came from the collaboration of community members with Councillor Sheether and Councillor Jurick. It's a wish list. It's not exhaustive and it's not conclusive.
And was there any consultation with heritage experts to reach this list?
No, there wasn't.
And could I ask through you what the normal process is following the adoption of a plan of management?
Well, if you have concerns with heritage here, councillor, I'd very happy to put a point on that once we get the report back with the cost, that it goes to the Heritage Committee. Very happy to do that.
I would suggest that it goes to the Heritage Committee first. I think you'd be wasting staff time to chase some of these things, which are unlikely to meet heritage with heritage constraints. And are certainly not consistent with the conservation management plan that has been prepared and endorsed for Macquarie Park. So I think it would be better to send this to the Heritage Committee.
Very happy for their assessment. There's not to be anger or animosity in this notice of motion. It's to enhance a public park. So there's not to be offence gained or caused from this at all. It is just community representatives' ideas, and I'm very happy to have been their vehicle and their voice to put that forward. So if you would like it to be sent to the Heritage Committee for feedback, more than happy to, Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you. Can I go back to my previous question, which is what is the normal process following the adoption of a plan of management? Because currently the plan of management,
I'll refer to the General Manager.
is waiting endorsement.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the typical process there is that once a detailed plan of management is typically accompanied by a master plan becomes adopted, it's then, I guess, funneled through into council's annual budget process, an operational plan that where we will then typically stage. Often those master plans have stages set out within them, and that we would work through depending on funding. And some of the pragmatics of implementing the plan of management would then be put through that budget process, along with all of other councils' other projects every year.
So, and when is that under the normal system? When would we be looking at conducting that process for Macquarie Park?
I couldn't stipulate that. I think that it would certainly, council having adopted the plan of management, it is something that would be considered for the next financial year. Whether we would have funds available for the next financial year, I couldn't answer at this time.
And so how then does that sit with this mayoral minute, where staff would be undertaking this report whilst still having to carry out that other process?
I think that we would be simply reporting back on each one of these items, identifying whether it is or it isn't consistent with the endorsed plan of management initially, whether there were any concerns with any other strategic pieces of work, particularly around our signage and wayfinding project as well, and then around those costs in particular, and if the broader council is of a mind to want to support these particular things, then that's something that we would then feed through into the budget process.
Thank you. So that's helpful because it gives me some context around what's going on here. Apart from this going to the Heritage Advisory Committee, which I think is probably a really good idea, I can't support the majority of this mayoral minute for a number of reasons. I think this isn't good decision making. This has come about through consultation with a small segment of the community, certainly very passionate, certainly very keen to see what they believe to be good outcomes for Macquarie Park, but not consistent with accepted heritage management processes, not consistent with the existing conservation management plan, and outside council's normal processes. It is effectively a case of special pleading. There are really clear processes outlined for state heritage listed assets, of which this is one, and we are the managers of that asset. ICOMOS has put out an extensive document about how to apply the borough charter process to cultural landscapes, and this is not consistent with that process. The Department of Environment and Heritage guidelines for park management call for genuine discussions about the history, the social attachment, the historical connection, and the impacts of management actions on places and their cultural values. And I don't think that at this point, with these ideas, we can answer the key question of what impacts will my management action have on the place and its cultural values. Some of these are lovely ideas, lights on the pond. And yet when you look at the conservation management plan, it talks about the landmark qualities of that pond. At no stage does it mention it should have coloured lights and a railing. You're inventing history that isn't consistent with the place. There are processes so that we can get these things right. This is a highly significant state-listed heritage asset that we are left to manage into the future, and it needs to be done in a considered and informed way. And I'm not sure that that's the point that we're up to. By all means, have a motion that interested parties address the Heritage Committee about what could happen at Macquarie Park and the potential for some of these things. But to fix them in stone like this through a resolution of council, I think is really poor policy. We've got here that, point 2, council investigate the possibility possibility of gateway signage. We have a signage process. That signage and fencing at the Catholic burial ground opposite the chamber, that sentence doesn't have a verb. I don't know what we're actually resolving to do there. And I've got real concerns about our really stretched staff who are currently galloping to catch up with the state governments, with all the other state governments' money that they're chucking at us. Getting this back to us within 3 months. I think this is well intentioned but misplaced, and I can't support it.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor. Were there any other comments tonight? Councillor Lyons Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think overall we all want to see Macquarie Park, which is central to our sort of one of our major townships. We want to see it enhanced. I've got no objection to getting a report, but I share Councillor Wheeler's concerns. And I do draw attention to something which has been raised when I've spoken a number of times, which is when I've said, the community has inputted into something, it's been drawn to my attention that may only be a small section of the community. So there's been no consultation with wider community. There's been no consultation with surrounding residents. I don't know if Reverend Chris Jones was part of the consultation project or not. But of course, that is a whole historic precinct. It is a heritage precinct, the entire area, and anything that's done needs to be mindful of complying with the conservation management plan, with the plan of management. I'm also quite I'm mindful not to see an increased burden on staff when we seem quite overwhelmed with other projects. And in saying that, I do think it's a shame it wasn't ready for West Invest, because it would be a worthy project to have something going on there when there's money available. But I think that specifying what to be done, and I know you said it's not a limited list of things, so perhaps before it goes, then there should be more consultation. But I would think the initial stage would be to put it before the Heritage Committee and get the advice of what is permissible in the first instance, and also perhaps some more suggestions. I think that would be more suitable for things that are proposed for a state listed park, because it's so important that with state listing we abide by what the conditions are. The Director of Infrastructure isn't here, but I did have 2 points that were included in there. The first one was about the fountain pump, which I'm sure I asked about that when the pond was drained and there was work being done for the pond, and was told that the pump was to be covered. Now, I don't know what happened to that, and maybe that can be taken on notice. I think at the time Mr. Organ responded that was part of the works to be done. The other thing was that, and this is what sort of concerns me with putting this through as something costed and so on. I really think 4 large signs on each corner of the park is not necessarily something that's conducive to a heritage area. I don't think it's necessary. I was in Chippendale on the weekend, and they have a beautiful mosaic in the footpath where it's circular, it's beautifully coloured, and it's got a diagram of the streets in that precinct and where the landmarks are marked on there. Now, I think we need to look at other things about what we might do. Of course, you'd have one sign because we've got a signpost the park. Then why wouldn't we maybe consider having something different that's less intrusive in another area? So these are just ideas that are there. And I think if we go ahead and cost something without consulting anybody else, we're going to have people come in and say, like is happening like with Windsor Mall now and everything like that, if it's not all done up front, people are going to come back, and then we will have wasted resources having this done. But I'm not objecting to doing a process like this. I just think that before we proceed with a concrete resolution, we bring it back a bit and we increase the consultation and we get some more input, particularly via the Heritage Committee, to hear and to eliminate anything that's not permissible at the word go, so that we haven't gone down a path of preparing something which then has to be redone, because that would be doubling up.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. Just a question. I understood most of this, almost all these actions have actually come from the plan of management. Is that the case, or are we
No.
Are we adding things in here that aren't in there or that are different or contradictory to what the plan we've just looked at?
I'll just refer to the
Coloured lights. Fountain.
I must admit, councillors, I haven't done a comprehensive assessment against the plan of management. Certainly in respect of signage, there are some discrepancies there between our intended path forward on the signage and wayfinding strategy, but it was certainly our intent to just draw this out through the report back to council.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Wheeler, a question?
No, an amendment. I've sent some words to the staff, but it's very simple. It's just that council refer the matter of potential projects in Macquarie Park to the Heritage Advisory Committee. That gets around the need for the staff to prepare a report. The content of the mayoral minute can go to the Heritage Advisory Committee for discussion. There may be some other ideas that come up, but it's a cheap, effective and timely way of consulting with heritage experts that give their time freely to get an idea of what's permissible and what isn't. The people who are really passionate about this, Councillor Sheether, Councillor Durick, can address the Heritage Advisory, Mr. Garish can address the Heritage Advisory Committee, so that they can get their ideas forward, and then we can move it on from there. So rather than it proceeding and taking up staff time when we then get heritage advice that it can't work, or it fading, then it's dealt with. It comes back to council in the minutes of the Heritage Advisory Committee, and the council can choose to send it out for further public consultation if we so
I'll
do.
second it.
You second that? Do you want to? I'm very happy for it. I already agreed that I was very happy for it to go to the Heritage Committee, but do you want to flesh it out a bit more? Because what's a potential project? You need to have a reference to something. To the mayoral minute, then yeah.
Outlined in item 001, 002.
Yep, then you've got a reference. That's fine. Councillor Connolly?
Just a question, Madam Mayor. If we went with that amendment, would it be possible for, I guess I'm just trying to think of a way to get both outcomes without spending a whole lot of time and money. Yeah. What if we referred it to the Heritage Committee, and then staff were able to include notes from management with the advice back from the Heritage Committee, so that we could kind of get a bit of an idea of any potential problems without getting a full report into the costings of all this stuff. Just wonder if that would work.
I'll just refer to the general manager if that's possible.
There's probably no reason why not at this point, councillors. I had spoken to the mayor prior to when she drafted the motion and expressed that we could produce something within 3 months. If we keep adding complexity into this around Heritage Committee referrals and those sorts of things, I'm going to be pushed to meet that deadline. That's all. So I'd be happy for any sort of interim advice back on feedback from Heritage Committee if that suits the council.
Thank you. Councillor Zamprogno?
No, I was effectively going to make the same suggestion that Councillor Connolly did. I mean, I like the ideas that have come up in your mayoral minute, but I also acknowledge the concerns that Councillor Wheeler had, and I just thought that maybe referring this to the Heritage Committee could just have been added as a dot point.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'd already agreed to that upon initial suggestion, that I was very happy for that to become a point 1, to refer it to the I'd already agreed. So I think the amendment tonight was something I'd already agreed to. Is there any, but either way, I don't mind. It's just about getting it done because we're a can-do council, not a complain council. So Councillor Sheether, do you have a question? I think you've spoken.
Have we got the amendment?
That is the amendment. It just needs to be, it needs an added part to it in reference to item 00, the mayoral minute. Once that's, now that's fine. And then that can be the attachment, but I'm absolutely fine with that. It's fine by me. I've got some comments to make, but does anyone else wish to speak? Or you've got another question?
So have we got an amendment or have you accepted that as a motion?
I'm happy for that to be an amendment. I don't care who owns it or whose name is on it. I just want to get it done.
Well, I'll speak to the amendment.
Oh, you can do that, councillor.
Thank you. Councillors, the comments that have been made about to do it properly, these people are passionate about doing it properly. To say driving us mad is inappropriate, but they're certainly passionate, all of them, if there's a suggestion that the Heritage Committee had, they would take that on board wholeheartedly. And it's not about cutting corners. It's about ideas that if we're heading down a particular direction, can we look at this? As the Mayor said, it's not about something in stone. And I would hope that the staff wouldn't look at it in that degree. This is something that certain aspects of the management plan need to be addressed, and this is how they would like to see it addressed. We talk about consultation. These people would love to speak to the people who are going to be involved to do particular aspects when money's available to do these projects. And things like the fountain and stuff like that, with the lighting. The main memorials in Sydney are lit with different colours. We have light displays all through Sydney that half New South Wales goes to. But they're not suggesting that these are extravagant or the like. That they were talking about something that enhances a place, and if it needs to be, come out of a dragon, a heritage dragon, for instance, I don't know. That'll come from somewhere else. But it's an idea that they spoke of that. And when I say spoke of, they've talked about this for a long time. It's not just something they woke up about one morning and thought this would be a good idea. They're more passionate about this than I think any of us sitting around this table. And so if there's a particular aspect or theme, our community want to be involved with it. And it's certainly not about cutting corners. It's certainly not about dictating the council what they demand. This was about working with council to achieve a good outcome for a park that deserves it. So if councillors feel frustrated, certainly don't. And if there's any information or discussion, any of them be happy to speak to anybody, and certainly the two of us would make ourselves available for any issues. But it's not meant to be an issue, let me tell you. It is meant to enhance the park.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons-Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak in favour of the amendment. I think we don't know who these people are. I'm sorry, but we're basing something on a minute where everyone keeps saying these people, these people. We don't know who they are. They've been referred to as the community. We know that that's not how we should refer to things, just saying the community. And we're now basing a motion on people's passion. So passionate people come in here all the time. They come in here and they speak to us about something they don't want. They speak to us about something they do want. And we cannot sit here and say because they're passionate, that makes it something that we've all got to bend to. Now, I don't doubt they're passionate, and I suspect I know who you're speaking about, although they seem to be the unnamed. But I think that being passionate is wonderful. We're all passionate. Many of us are passionate about multiple things, but that's not a measure of how we make decisions. I'm just concerned that if we were to raise this about another project, if one of us put up a motion and said, we want to do these works in this place, it would be reasonable to suggest other councillors would say, well, what about the input of all the stakeholders? What about the other people that might have an idea? That's the way consultation goes. I'm not averse to some of these things. I'm certainly not averse to having that park improved. I think that will be wonderful, and it's long, long overdue. It's in such a central location, but I think going down this path, the other thing is the plan of management is not back. And we know, because I was at a meeting about, as Jill and Acting Director of Planning were at a meeting last night, we know the delays in getting a plan of management back. So there's no real urgency on time for this, because you cannot do anything until you've got the plan of management adopted. So unless somebody knows that the plan of management's coming soon, I would just maybe take a step back and work through it by having it looked at First of all, this is including the list that the Mayor has put forward and any additions that I would imagine could be fed into that process by anyone who addressed the Heritage Committee, that they could raise any other ideas that also were part of making it a better place. And that could come from some of the people who have other interests in it, not just people who are passionate and wanting their particular thing. So I think it's about balancing opinion and getting all the input. And I think it's a really good thing to come up. It's certainly a valid project to pursue, without doubt. But I just think I'm very concerned. We used to have a mayor in here who used to like to say policy on the run. And this is what this is sounding like. Sorry, that was cool. Knock yourself out. Yeah, so that is how I think we should go down it. I don't want to see us lose the value of what this is proposing, but I want to see it done properly because we know what can happen if we don't follow process. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? No. I'll just take my right of reply to make some comments. Thank you, everyone, for your valuable contributions. I think what's important here is that this has been significant work of Councillor Durick and Councillor Sheether, and it's something that they have both wanted to put forward. And as I said, very happy to be their voice. I think this mayoral minute is anything but policy on the run. If you look at the very first words of this recommendation, it was asking for a report on permissibility. Put the cost issue aside. The first part was permissibility. Are these things possible? Yes or no? So there's no policy when you're asking a question. This is asking a question. Talking about consultation, I'm pretty sure in my 6 and a half, whatever it is, years here in this chamber, there's been dozens of notice of motions put on these business papers without consultation to everybody else. That's what your right is as a councillor elected to this community, to push a notice of motion up or a mayoral minute if you are the mayor, based on whatever in the world you want to put up. And that's your right. And not everyone has to like it, but that's what's called putting this on the business paper for the public to register to speak if they have an interest is consultation. Getting the report back on permissibility and cost of these items is consultation, because each step of the way, people of the public can register to come and speak and tell us their thoughts. Very happy for it to go to the Heritage Committee. There was to be no bars in this moving forward. This mayoral minute is community ideas. I don't think we can say we can't use the words the community. I think I've actually made speeches in this chamber about the overuse of the term, in inverted commas, the community. The community can be anyone you want it to be because they all live in this community. And I don't want anyone listening to this debate tonight who's contributed to this mayoral minute think that their ideas are worthless, because their ideas are not worthless. This was not a policy, this was an idea. And I thank them for putting these ideas forward. And I'm always happy to be their champion in having those issues heard. So still very happy to support the amendment, because the amendment still encompasses what the mayoral minute is asking for. And I'll now put it to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Those in favour: Councillor Reardon, Councillor Weigel, Councillor Sheether, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Kotlash, Councillor Calvert, This is the amendment, which will then become the motion. Yep. Councillor Dogramanchi, Councillor Durick, Councillor Lyons Bucket, Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Zamprogno, Councillor McMahon. The amendment now becomes the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Those in favour: Councillor Reardon, Councillor Weigel, Councillor Sheether, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Kotlash, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Dogramanchi, Councillor Durick, Councillor Lyons Bucket, Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Zamprogno, Councillor McMahon. I deem that one carried. Okay, thank you, councillors. The next item is item number 3, another mayoral minute, project funding, New South Wales Government's West Invest program. I do have a declaration of interest to read out before I begin that. That interest is a less than significant non-pecuniary interest. The reason is my son, 11-year-old son, does play currently for one of the clubs associated with Turnbull Oval, which was a suggestion I had put forward in the recommendation. But I wanted to make it very clear, like any other child, next week he might want to play tennis. Next year he might want to take up heavy metal music and play the drums. So there is no pecuniary interest whatsoever. And I don't think a child's decision to play something now should mean that thousands of people in the community miss out on upgrades that they potentially need. Now, before I begin, councillors would be aware that there was some advice received from the New South Wales. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kotlash, before I begin. Thank you. Please read out your interest.
Thank you. It's a significant non-pecuniary interest. I'm a candidate for the next state election, and I feel that the content of this mayoral minute is predominantly political, and therefore I will be and could highly likely be the subject of my campaigning. So I will leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll just wait till you're out of the room. Can someone just turn off Councillor Kotlash's microphone, please? Thank you very much. The point of this mayoral minute was twofold. It is to put officially on council's records the amount of money that we received as a council through the West Invest program, and of course have on the record the facilities that we're going to be upgraded to for council. And we all know that we have never seen this kind of money before. Call it political, call it what you want. We're going to be able to upgrade our facilities, and our residents will be happy. Before I say anything else though, the councillors would be aware that today, in moving forward with how we determine the proportion of funds we had left out of West Invest, advice was sought from the West Invest staff and the New South Wales government, that from the General Manager and the Director of Infrastructure. Now, that advice means that we do have to change the recommendation, and that has been put to councillors in a briefing this afternoon. And if that wording is available, please. That will change point 4 of the recommendation. So you'll notice so basically for those listening who probably don't understand what happened, there was a process, there was part 1 and part 2 of West Invest funding. Throughout that process, we had been told we had an extra allocation of funds. Council nominated a project, which was Tamplin Field, which ended up being allocated under round 2. Therefore, we were communicated with as a council and said, you still have this funding, you need to nominate a project. Hence why this mayoral minute is here to say we actually have to make a decision. We've been told today we have to make that decision because the cutoff is Friday. So as a council, we need to debate that. Now, councillors would be aware that there were 4 projects that did not make it to successful West Invest funding, being Turnbull Oval, Colby Park, a road project on Macquarie Street, and some upgrades to the grandstand and playground at McQuaid. Now, they all came with different values. I expressed, as the mayor as I can do, an opinion that Turnbull Oval certainly needed doing up, because, as I've said to many people, I don't even want to go to the bathroom there. It certainly needs an upgrade. Now, what this point 4 means, if I can just explain it to councillors who did not make the briefing this afternoon, we have to nominate a project, and I'm very happy to open that debate to the floor to whatever council's will may be. However, and the General Manager has absolutely every right to cut me off if I'm getting the explanation of what transpired this afternoon wrong. The remaining allocation of funding is $4.78 million. Okay, so please remember, everybody, this is all very fresh information. I'm trying my best to get it through. $4.78 million. 3 of the projects out of the 4 that we did not get, which are already in the state government's hands, which are the projects we could now potentially have for our community. 3 of those projects are over $4.78 million. Okay. The only project under that is the road safety project at Macquarie Street, which was around $800 and something thousand, which means if we go for that project, we forfeit almost $4 million. Okay, so we lose $4 million. However, the catch by the state government today was that with the other 3 projects, now I think that Turnbull was approximately 8.5, Colby 14.6, which is why in my deliberations it was very unachievable, but also the fact that we were spending other money through other grants and through the budget process on Colby. And McQuaid, I thought, well, we were having another discussion on McQuaid. we have basically what the state government has said is because of the cost you've already submitted on those projects, you have to pay the gap. Now, that means here, as decision makers of the Hawkesbury, as keepers of ratepayers' funds, we have to decide whether we have the capacity to fill that gap or we forfeit the money. As the General Manager discussed with councillors this afternoon, there are ways that we can bring the cost of those projects down when we debate which project we want to add into insert project. There are ways we can trim some of those projects. By and large, we have to deliver what we said to the state government we would deliver, but we can trim around the edges. So, for example, we were told on the Turnbull project where there was a significant amount of money spent on paving, we can cut that back. So there were all these ways that staff have spent a very busy afternoon, probably yourself, working around ways where that gap that is our ratepayers' funds can be as small as possible. I'm very happy right now for councillors who weren't at that briefing this afternoon just to potentially ask any questions you might want to ask before we begin a bit of a debate and before we decide whether we will essentially forfeit the money or if we can come up with the gap ourselves. It's an awful position for us to be in, but it's the position that we're in, and as leaders, we have to work our way through it. Councillor Zamprogno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I do have a couple of questions, and I apologise that I wasn't able to attend that briefing given the short notice. It's true to say that we have a well-developed and adopted plan of management for Colby Park because we adopted it in July 2021. Do we have a plan of management for Turnbull Oval?
General Manager.
My understanding is that would form part of the generic plans of management. So I understand. So there's not a specific one in
All right, then. Next question. Did we work up to some level of detail a plan for the improvement of Turnbull Oval, which was unsuccessful and therefore could become part of the... In other words, we had a bid.
That's correct.
Okay, then. But that bid is not nearly of the same level of detail as our adopted plan of management for, say, for example, Colby Park, correct?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. You're sort of trying to compare apples and oranges. Obviously, Colby Park is a far more extensive piece of recreational open space with a number of different competing land uses down there. Whereas I guess I would be suggesting that Turnbull, frankly, isn't that complicated in terms of the land use planning.
Right, okay. So what I'd like to suggest as a guiding principle is that when we have this kind of windfall, which is a very substantial sum of money, we should be mindful of extant plans of management where we have costed and developed and modularized improvements to a key community facility. And the purpose of me laying this out is to put a good word in for Colby Park. We did cost Colby Park, but then, because we were looking at other sources of funding, we broke that down and we said, look, we can make good use of almost any sum of money by getting that up to a point. So it's not as though we go to the state government and say, here's a $12 million upgrade and we'll take your 4 point whatever, and we have to meet the remainder. I mean, we can make good use and then build on that in the future as other sources of money become available. I suppose what I'm uncomfortable with is picking Turnbull Oval, which is also worthy, but where we don't have a plan of management and we haven't developed to the same degree of detail what we want to do with that space. Whereas the plan of management for Colby Park has been developed at very great length and is in a key growth area of our LGA. And as wonderful as all of these other grants are, what I'd like to point out is that there is very little, if anything, at the far southeastern end of the LGA, which is the area adjacent to the growth precinct, which is a very highly used park for a number of sports and a number of sporting organisations as diverse as baseball, BMX and soccer. And where we could use that money to kind of kickstart that broader process. So I would like my colleagues to consider allocating this money to Colby Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I might just ask you,
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
sorry, yes?
Colby Park's been indicated by a speaker. I need to declare a less than pecuniary interest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please declare your interest.
I'm a patron and have been for many years for the baseball at the Raiders baseball at Colby Park. I do propose to speak on the issue. The plan of management does nothing specifically for baseball. Not that
Do you want to save that for your speech rather than your declaration? Or is this your speech? Would you like to speak now?
Well, we're going to speak on it now. Yeah.
Yep. No, just double checking you weren't saving that for later.
No.
Yep. So you've got your declaration made. Thank you.
The plan of management, the closest it comes to baseball is the park, the car park, which is going to be used by the whole of the park. And I'm not involved in the activities other than patron of that club. So I do propose to speak on it.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, you'll speak later, though. Yeah, you'll listen to the debate. Thank you. Councillor Lyons-Bucket.
Are we still?
Oh, sorry. I wanted to. Sorry. What was your question?
Are we still on questions? Was my question.
Yeah, no, we definitely have. I just wanted to go back. Sorry, before that occurred, and you were right to declare your interest, Councillor. To Councillor Zamprogno. Whatever the council wants in terms of picking a park, but you need to address the broader issue of closing the gap. So Colby costs $14.6 million. So this is the issue that we've been dumped with this afternoon. We've only got 4.78 on the table from the state government. We have to fill the gap, and it has to be ratepayers' money to fill the gap, or we can't have the project.
My suggestion, Madam Mayor, if you'll accept the crosstalk, is that that's a faulty way of considering this dilemma. To say that the entirety of Colby Park would cost 12 million ignores the fact that we have modularized the kinds of projects that we'd like to do within that space and can make use of smaller sums of money in a gainful way.
I might just ask the General Manager, if you don't mind, to elaborate on the terms of the deed and the way we get the funding under West Invest, which is why this is a consideration. And I agree with you. If we could pick and choose, oh no, well that bit only costs 4.78, let's do that bit, that'd be great, but that's not what we've been told this afternoon we're allowed to do. I'll refer to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to clarify, councillors, the Director of Infrastructure Services and myself met with staff from Premier and Cabinet earlier this afternoon. The substantive point is that council cannot amend the scope of the projects or nominate new projects at this particular point in time. So we're effectively bound by the 4 remaining projects that have not had successful funding. So what would be, if council was to nominate Colby Park as its preferred option, there in that grant application, there was a whole suite of commitments that we said that we would deliver for that $14 million. The substance of it is, having been through the robust business cases and the like, that the New South Wales government is saying they're not at liberty now for us to take out one component of that and for them to reevaluate the business case. Ergo, if we were to choose Colby Park, we must then deliver everything that we said we were going to deliver within that scope. Where there may be some flexibility, as the Mayor spoke about on Turnbull, is around the specification of those particular projects, and there may be some bandwidth in some of that, but that's the bit of work that we feel like we should do once we have seen the funding agreements, which we have not yet seen for this grant program.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll move the procedural motion that we move into Committee of the Whole so that we can do this back and forth thing without offending the Code of Meeting Practice.
I'm happy to second that so we can get an outcome, because we're dealing with a lot of money. All those in favour of Committee of the Whole? To declare that carried. Thank you.
So I guess I've got a few questions. And the General Manager has just answered a couple of them, that we can't now propose anything new. So from what I understand of what the General Manager has just said, if we were to proceed with Colby Park, we would have a gap not of 3 and a bit million like we will with Turnbull Oval, but a gap of closer to 14 million. Is that 10? I'm sorry, bad maths. Too late for maths. So, which is why Turnbull Oval starts to look better. I mean, I've got concerns about Turnbull Oval, in that it's yet another project at North Richmond. There's nothing happening in the vicinity of Wilberforce, for example. And that's what irks me about this whole thing. My other question really is, why are we taking this lying down? You know, this is public money. Why are we just going to the Department of Premier and Cabinet? Yeah, we'll write your election pitch for you, slap us about the head, and we'll give you what you want by Friday. Where is our gumption in this discussion? Why aren't we saying to them and our local member and the media, I'm sorry, but we won't be held over a barrel like this for our local people? Why are we just like rolling over and playing dead? By all means, have a contingency, but can we not fight to start with? And where this is not consistent with the principles of sound financial management under the Act. Why? Where are we? My real question here is, where are we finding this 3 million plus gap? What are we stealing this from? What are we not giving that we've already promised in our operational plan? And how the bloody hell are we going to pay for the ongoing maintenance of all this other stuff without another SRV?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, General Manager. Just wanted to confer, and thank you for your points, Councillor Wheeler. Because you weren't in that briefing today, Councillor Connolly actually raised a couple of those similar concerns, and that actually touches on point 4B of the new amendment there. So it's not just nominating insert project for the remaining funds. It's to receive a further report upon receipt and prior to the execution of the funding agreement. So essentially it buys us a little bit of time. General Manager had better words than I did. Did you want to explain the point 4B?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So what I guess we're suggesting is that you have to, if you want to proceed, you need to nominate a project this evening that you want to put forward. What we would then do, what would then happen is that the New South Wales government would write back and would typically say, congratulations, Hawkesbury Council. Here is $4.78 million for this particular project. One of the conditions of that approval is that Hawkesbury City Council supplements the full cost of the remaining cost of the project. Okay, so what I would be suggesting here is that we nominate the project, so that buys us your preferred project, that buys us the time, and then prior to us actually signing ourselves off, that we come back and we have this discussion around costs, and in particular, as I've added there, around opportunities for value management over the overall cost of that particular project. So can we deliver the same scope but with reduced specification? And we'll have a look at that in more detail when we bring that back. And yes, and then in potentially it's okay, well, what financial year do we need that funding in? And does that money exist? That's a conversation we have then.
Yes, Councillor.
So I'm finding it difficult to get my head around the distinction between not reducing the scope of a project like Colby, and I'll yield on that, and what clearly looks like reducing the scope of Turnbull Oval. When we talk about, reduced specification, that is, by any English vernacular description, reducing the scope. So I think that we're engaging in wordplay, and if it gets us where we need to, I'm not expressing an objection, I'm just saying it sounds odd to me. And I think for us to make this kind of decision about whether we, forego potential funding when it comes at the cost of the benefit that it could give us. But we haven't been told where the millions of dollars will be taken out of an existing program. And I don't know that I can make an effective decision unless I've got some indication of what program we will cancel or delay or scale down elsewhere in our budget, or over what time horizon.
You're 100% correct, Councillor. And this information is only hours old. And when I put the mayoral minute together, knowing that we had to pick one of the 4 remaining projects to put our money to, I guess my deliberations in declaring my interest as well was that it was sort of closest in value meaning we could hopefully cover the rest. The road safety project, as I've been told, for Macquarie Street has the potential to be funded under other road grants that we've got funding for. So I'm very happy to cast that aside if other councillors are as well. We have the advice that should be funded elsewhere. So we have I have a decision between McQuaid, Turnbull and Colby. I don't have a particular preference, and I hate that we're being told that we have to choose. I guess mine come down to cost. In saying that was a figure closer to the allocated amount left rather than an unrealistic extra $10 million and now then we're being told this afternoon when we've had it clarified, you do have to cover the gap. It's now changed our entire debate. So, and we don't have, there's no answer from the staff as to where that money's coming from because we don't know. We got told a couple of hours ago. So I think the point 4B is to buy us that time, to get a report back, to buy us that time until we can see the terms of the deed from the New South Wales government. Councillor Connolly.
Thanks. I was just going to say, I agree with most of what's been said. And I also would not be, I guess I'd be quite open to turning down this money on the basis we've gotten heaps of money already. And it seems unlikely we're going to be able to sustain this increased level of amenity into the future. But I think the decision point tonight is, do we want to turn down the money tonight, or do we want to buy ourselves a couple of weeks to think about it and get the paperwork in order and understand what we're talking about? From that point of view, we're talking about $5 million the community could have, and our decision is whether we want to go away and start working towards it, knowing we can still pull out, or just pull out immediately. I think it's a fairly easy and straightforward decision, I would have thought.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons Bucket. Oh, sorry. I'll come to you next, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not prepared to committing to any council funds going towards it at all. Not that I've got anything against Turnbull Oval, but I agree with what Councillor Connolly just said. And we've already got all this money that's come to us. I don't even know how we've got the capacity to do any of it. I would prefer to at least get the road safety thing done. And I would lobby very, very strongly for that additional $4 million to be given to us to put in a fund to invest, to pay for ongoing costs associated with these projects. I mean, we are exercising an intergenerational injustice on our future generations by accepting this money and building all these facilities only to have to staff them and operate them, maintain them with no further money coming. The only other way we get money into the future is from our ratepayers. Now, this is imposing a really heavy burden on future ratepayers of this area. And I think that the government is playing games with us. If they were genuine, they would listen to something like a proposal to have a fund, to have some money for ongoing operational costs. They would understand a small council does not have the capacity to have an extra pool or to have an extra facility. These aren't income generating facilities. They're not bringing us a profit. They're things that cost money for us to run. So we have to run them, and we've got no capacity to pay for those unless we have some other assured, some sort of funding source that is going to do that. Like it's all wonderful. I may as well now I've started, I'll just speak on it. I guess we've got to clarify point 4 and go out of committee of the whole. So my proposal would be if, and I don't know how you're doing this because the thing is set up, I would have to move an amendment, and that would be an amendment to do the road safety project and to ask the government for the balance into a fund within the council.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Reardon, I did say I'd come to you next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if Turnbull Oval would work well for us. It does have a generic plan, and it is an area which has high usage. We have an increasing majority of people at Redbank now. So I think it's an area which has quite a lot of history and could certainly do with an upgrade, and the toilets need to be upgraded there as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sheether.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I find it quite frustrating to have to make decisions like this. With the two areas we're talking about, North Richmond and Colby Park. We sit around the table talking about, we don't know much of the background. And I've been involved with it a fair bit, and I'm not up to speed because the staff's been dealing with what's before us. And a briefing this afternoon probably only frustrated us more. The North Richmond facility, when I bought it up 12 months ago, was something that was put in a plan that we're looking at $7 to $8 million to do it. It needed within that plan that was put up by the users to completely demolish what was existing and build a new facility with a grandstand. When the submission was put in, the staff seen fit to look at other things that were needed in the park, and that was part of the program, and play equipment and other things around there, which come up to, I think that was nearly 9 million from memory. Anyway, so with Colby Park, and that's a building and structure, the maintenance on that ongoing would be quite a bit. That project, the money's not there for that. With Colby Park, the plan of management that's there is predominantly groundworks. It's car park, filling in a pipe system that could be funded other ways, I might add, and is. There's a small extension to a soccer field to make 2 full-time soccer fields. At the moment, whether that happens or not, it's not going to matter the sport that's played there. There's adequate ground and they're coping. The problem with Colby Park, it goes under every time it rains, and that's frustrating. The money that's been spent there is not going to change that, and the community that use it know it. With North Richmond, there's a lot of work that's going to be done in Peel Park in the not too distant future with the plan of management that's been done there. So North Richmond at this stage is not in a situation of dire strait, apart from the toilet facility that the mayor mentioned earlier, that's been failing for some years. But like everything else, our community deals with that. So from where I sit, I would leave it to the general manager, knowing all that I've talked about this afternoon, that she is aware of it, and she's got staff around her that can certainly inform her more so than what I've done. And not only that, she knows what's behind what's on that board there. And I think it'd be frustrating for us to try and choose particular projects. We don't want to lose the money, and the discussion this afternoon with the general manager clearly indicated that we don't want to lose the money, but in the same time, as Councillor Connolly indicated, we don't want to be stuck with a bill, as Councillor Maryline's Bucket's indicated, that's going to be a situation down the track that's going to cost not only us but future councils a lot of money. So my view would be to as much as she might not like it, that give the general manager another job, and that's to choose what's in the best interests of our community, that would suffice what's before us.
Thank you, Councillor. It's definitely an idea worth considering. I'd like to hear some other councillors' thoughts on that. Given the fact that this has only been a few hours old, perhaps the staff can crunch some numbers better on all 4 projects and see what that gap's going to be. At the end of the day, I think we have to come to the realisation as councillors that there's going to be a gap, and where are we getting it from? This is the problem. Sorry? No, we don't know where it's coming from. Our budget's as tight as it is right now. I think that's the question here right now is, regardless of what project we choose, regardless of what the gap is, we're still going to have to fund a gap, and we just don't have the money. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The general manager's told us that Turnbull Oval, it's possible to reconfigure what's in our submission and possibly reduce the gap to something quite manageable over the time period we're talking about, which is from now till about 2026. And I would say that residents would be quite disappointed if we didn't try and grab this money now and do something with Turnbull. I'd be very embarrassed to go out and say, we decided not to take the money. Let's take it and see how we go, and let's do it on Turnbull Oval, because I think we can manage it over that time period. And Turnbull Oval does need a lot of work, and here's our chance to do it. We may not get this chance again for 10 years or so. So let's try and grab the money now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Connolly.
Thanks. I actually like Councillor Sheether's idea of delegating this decision, just because I think we've got to give some direction here, but at the same time, we don't have enough information. It's easy to say that we'll just find $1 million by 2026, but I mean, we don't really know what the implication of that is. We don't really know if it's, and that might be a best case scenario rather than a worst case being $1 million. So I think maybe it does make sense to spend some more time on this, and to make a decision that, is in the best, is manageable and in the best interests of the council. I agree that people might not like it if we went out and said we'd turn the money down, but at the same time, we're elected here to do a job, and that is to manage the council as well as represent the community, and we've got to do the right thing by that. And I'm also concerned at the level of capital investment we've received all of a sudden, that we're going to have issues, it's guaranteed, but the more pressure we put on them, the worse those issues could be. I think we've done extremely well out of Westinvest, and if this had been the final result, I don't think anyone would have been disappointed by that. It's just that because we know there might be a little bit of money left on the table, we're feeling that we should try and get it, but that's not necessarily in the best interest of the council.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Connolly. Councillor Lyons-Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just be interested in the opinion of the General Manager on having that delegation placed upon her. I do find it a little problematic that people are saying that the General Manager should decide what's best for the community. This isn't, but I don't think, it's not that I wouldn't think she's capable of doing that, but it is actually our job to make that decision. And so I think that I would welcome her opinion on what she would think of that, and how our delegations around that work.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to hand to the General Manager.
Thank you, councillors. So remembering, if you delegate this to me, I have to make this decision before Friday. Okay, so I can't do comprehensive analysis on depreciation, maintenance costs, all of those sorts of things before Friday. What I can do, however, is do a slightly more detailed cut down of both projects, of both Colby and Turnbull. If the reality is that at Turnbull we think that gap might look more like $1 million, but that at Colby the gap might look more like 7 million, I'm going to go with Turnbull. That's I'm just explaining to you what my thought process would be on that. If you in this chamber can't necessarily agree there's one path forward, I'll probably take the financial and route forward on that one, noting that. And so look, I would certainly encourage you to nominate a preference on that, but by the same token, I'm happy to take that delegation, but that's how my thought process would work.
Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks. I've got a final question, and then I'll move us back to out of committee of the whole, I think, or attempt to. I think where is this additional money going to come from, and what level of detail will we have by the magic report in 4B?
General Manager.
Good question. I think at that particular point in time, I'd like to be able to at least have nailed down the financial year in which the sum, what we best estimate the gap to be, what financial year, and also speaking to my CFO counterpart here, what projects we had allocated for that particular year that may need to then be slid out in order to accommodate the additional funding. if I might just take the floor on the funding on Colby, however, what has sort of been missed in this conversation is that there has been already some funding down at Colby. So there was some successful grants within the last 12 months for 156,000 for the remediation of all the playing fields, coring, all the grass work. We've applied for a grant through the Places to Play program for $500,000 to develop the pump track component of it. And we also have funding in the current financial year's budget, we're obviously waylaid on, of $645,000 to spend at Colby to enable the closing of an open drain down the centre of Colby Park that would then facilitate later works. So there is some money being spent down there. The other opportunity potentially, and I caveat that, is that over the last week or two, we received another grant opportunity known as what we call the CLERP for community assets, for flood affected assets. So I don't want to call it the benefit, but of Colby Park is that because it has been inundated on so many occasions, it opens itself up to those buckets of money for the restoration and betterment. There's a betterment money in there for those park assets. So that's something that should also be considered. So there may be things like the amenities blocks and those sorts of things that could be improved potentially through that CLERP program. So sorry to take that.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I've just got a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you.
If we've got a timeline out to 26 based on B, right? And we've got to close the gap, we've got to find the money. Where are we at with the costs that are down the end of the tunnel, like the tip closure or the pending development there? The other one was, well, that was number one. I mean, FOGO costs are pending perhaps as well, and also our loan provisions to service that. Now, is that going to impact our ability to I haven't got the question on it, and I know you have to financially plan that, but I do get nervous because I don't know what's coming down in 26 and beyond, and where the money's coming from too, dare I say.
And I guess that's the purpose, councillors, of our long-term financial plan. And we don't add anything, nothing gets added in without sliding something out so that we've got that. I would just add, don't be too concerned about things like FOGO and the waste management facility. They're all funded from within a discrete bucket of funding, so they're not coming from necessarily purely rates revenue. But it's a genuine thing that we are going to have to look at around the maintenance, the operations, and the depreciation of this suite of assets. And as the CFO has just pointed out to me, though, that there's that probably the benefit of Turnbull is that there is next to no OPEX in terms of ongoing operational costs down there. Once the build, it's simply around building maintenance and depreciation.
Councillor Wheeler.
I'll move a procedural motion to move back into
second
out of committee of the whole.
Councillor Lyons Bucket. All those in favour? Thank you. We have now moved out of committee of the whole, and we now need to formulate our motion, councillors. So, there was debate about certain projects. And again, I had asked those questions about what money was being spent where. And I do thank the General Manager for confirming that in my lapse of memory there. There's significant money to be being spent and potentially to be spent at Colby. And I think that needs to be factored in our minds as well. It's not missing out. So I'm happy if a councillor wants to nominate. I'm happy with if you wanted to, Councillor Sheether, nominate that the General Manager is given delegation powers to decide. Again, remembering, councillors, that 4B gives us the buffer of time. We can still withdraw.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give that to you, Councillor Sheether.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The wording I'm not sure of, but the intent is to give delegation to the General Manager to process the available funds that would adequately serve the projects that have been advanced.
Thank you, councillor. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Reardon, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just on from the comments that the General Manager spoke to us about a while ago, and I spoke to you about last week and the like, with the comments that I've made about Colby Park, and I know there's other funds available, and I'm not pushing Colby at all. When I spoke about North Richmond 12 months ago and was passionate about, and I still am, the concern that I've got, the grandstand and the building under it, well, the building under it's had it. We're making do, or sport is. And the idea was to build a grandstand over facilities like they do these days. The concern that I've got, that the estimate was around the 7 to 8 million, and down at South Windsor at South Windsor Leagues, that cost 4.5 million about 10 years ago. So I'm guessing the price is nearly doubled. So the 7 to 8 million is what it is. And the concern that I've got, if we haven't got the project and the money to cover it, and as Councillor Connolly said, we don't do it. We've borrowed money and stuff that already put councils in the future with issues that we need to deal with. To do it further, it's not only maintenance, it's to cut corners or to take money from another project is unfair. Opportunities, and when you were representative of the Sports Council, you would have heard me many times, to have plans in place, opportunities will arise. And this Minda, yours is a good example with the projects here. We would never have been able to afford these, never. But we really haven't had things in place to say that this is exactly it. We've got things on paper, and now we've got to go and massage those into something that works. That was certainly never the intent of North Richmond. The Sports Council has a plan that was put by the users and the likes, and they knew it wouldn't happen overnight. So there's been things done to massage that so they can still get on with what they need to do, and enjoy North Richmond Park. But to not have the funds available, and that's why I wanted to give it back to the General Manager. If she comes back and says the road programs or something else, and we don't want to take the other $4 million, I'm comfortable with that, because the quickest way to get into trouble is to overspend. And because not only overspend, then you've got more maintenance and costs and stuff on top of that. And with the money that's been offered to council over the next few years, it's going to be extremely hard to manage. And when I say extremely hard, I mean there's going to be a cost to council. We're looking at buildings and people and the like. The last thing we need is a situation that we've created that we want to be, I say greedy, but that's not what I mean, but to go too far. So that's why I suggested the General Manager look at it. She's heard all our comments. She's well aware. She's got staff that have been working on these projects and that work with the Sports Council. They know what's about and what's expected. And so she will make an informed decision. We're going to sit around here tonight, maybe, and discuss things from a personal point of view or the like, ill-informed. So with respect, I would ask the councillors to support it. The General Manager, we haven't hung it out of a tree yet. I don't expect this is going to be the start of it. Thank you.
No, thank you, councillor. And I'm happy to support that way forward. I think it does take a bit of the the bite out of it. I think what we need to remember at the end of the day is we've all engaged in a process already where we all said these projects were worthy. So I think this gives us the benefit of a proper a cost benefit analysis, a value-based analysis, rather than anything else. And I think that we can come to that conclusion. The report buys us time, which I'm happy on. It gives us still an option out if we believe that whatever gap the general manager comes up with is something that our council and our organisation cannot sustain. Councillor Lyons-Bucket.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak against the motion and possibly move an amendment. I just think this is rather an abrogation of our responsibility, to be honest. We are the ones in the political domain. This is a political decision. It's been driven by political announcement. It's very true to sit here and say we would never have seen this sort of money in the Hawkesbury, but it's also true to say we've never seen a state government sell off public assets at the rate that they have. And this is taxpayer money. It's not a windfall from the Liberal Party. It's not a windfall from anyone personally. It is taxpayer money, and we have to be responsible with it. And yet we're being forced under pressure to make decisions about things that we're meant to be feeding to our community so that Councillor Calvert's not embarrassed if Turnbull Oval isn't done, or you know, everyone's vying for it. It's wonderful to have opportunities, but we really have to look at how this is being done. And I think that simply just putting this burden on the general manager to make this sort of a determination is quite problematic. I just think that we just really, there's so many concerns around how we administer this money. It's all glorious to say we've got all this money, and yet people are actually considering doing a project with a balance to go out to our community that's already hurting so much. We've got a massive bill around the sewer that we're paying. Then we're going to go out and say, well, we've got another gap here so you can have nice playing fields because the government gave us some, but not enough. I think that, sorry? Well, whatever it is, like everything in general. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done. I've got a number of concerns around the entire process. I think it's unfair how it's been rolled out. We've seen the public's response, their concerns, their cynicism, and I think it's all valid. I mean, there's a time frame of December 2026. How are we going to do that? Look at Tamplin Field. Already we've had the email. So many issues they've raised about the project, valid issues from the people who will be the users, competing interests on that project. So all of that has to be solved. Then the design has to be done. Then somehow we have to secure contractors for all of this. Like this is, I don't know if there's flexibility with the government about extensions, but I suspect not. And so we're sort of dangling this false hope at our community that by 2026, which let's face it, isn't far away, they're going to have all these upgrades, and that, you know, that the government's done us a huge favour, whereas really the upgrades and expansions equal, you know, just ongoing costs, increased staff to run it, increased maintenance. It's magnificent for the users, but it's just going to give us some grief unless we've got something else that we can dip into to deal with it. There hasn't been any analysis around the economic benefits of each project. There's certainly social and well-being. There's health aspects to it. It is fantastic. I'll say on the surface, it's fantastic. But who is paying for the future costs? I just think it's morally irresponsible to make decisions which impose additional cost on ratepayers into the future. As Councillor Wheeler said before, it's inconsistent with the principles of financial management under the Local Government Act, and it's very irresponsible of the state government to be imposing it on us. Do they not realise they are giving huge amounts of money to small councils that also are grappling with upgrading their roads and repairs from flooding? We are going to have ongoing issues. Look at this frequency of intense rainfall we're experiencing. We'll be back to having to do more and more potholes. It's the whole thing needs to be looked at carefully, and yet to fit a political schedule because there's an election, we have to make these sorts of decisions. It's very disappointing. And I think that, as I said the other night in the briefing, and I have done this now, contacted Local Government New South Wales and the Australian Local Government Association, as well as some individuals, for some guidance around any existing mechanisms for councils being able to dedicate some funds to ensure there's future funding to operate and maintain. I can't see why all the money has to be allocated to construction when it's delivering something that's going to cost us money into the future. There should be an allocation within that, or there should be a capacity within this funding for us to be able to invest some money so that we've got some funding to maintain and to upgrade it into the future. So I don't know what the conditions, I haven't seen the conditions about grant funding, but what I would like to do, Madam Mayor, is to move an amendment, and that would be with point 4 being to proceed or to nominate the road safety project, which I think was 890,000 or something like that, to nominate that as a project and to request the Department of Premier and Cabinet that the balance of the $4 million be provided to us to establish a fund for ongoing maintenance. Now, that may be just something that's totally unachievable, but if we don't ask, we don't know. And I can't see why that would not be a valid request to make.
Thank you, councillor. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, councillor Wheeler. Is any other councillor wishing to speak on the amendment now before us? Councillor Dogramachi.
Well, it's not a, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not an amendment. As a matter of fact, I pressed the button, but you didn't see it previously.
You can speak against the amendment then and say what you wanted to say.
Yes, yes. Well, I'll make it very, very brief. To me, we all know that it's some kind of a ploy. Well, it is a ploy, of course, just before the election. And I agree 100% with Councillor Bucket, 100%. To me, it's like Liberal government is giving us a Ferrari and saying, there you go. And the maintenance is coming out of your pocket. And we couldn't afford to give $80 to Pitt Town Progress Association about the matter that mowing the lawn. We couldn't do it. How are we going to look after all these projects? So have we not burnt our fingers with the silver matter? Did we not learn a lesson? It's not our business. We just cannot handle it. I don't know what the management is going to do, but I'm not comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Deputy Mayor, was your light on before? Yes, it was. Thank you.
Yeah, my light was on several times, Madam Mayor, but I was looking to move an amendment which was to say Turnbull Oval rather than the amendment that's up there now. But I just wanted to say that listening to Councillor Sheether, he was talking about handing this decision over to the General Manager, yet in his speech he was talking about not spending the money at all. So his speech didn't match what his motion put forward. If he hands it to the General Manager has already indicated that there's a probability that she will be pushing for the Turnbull Oval because it has the least gap. So I'm therefore forced to support Councillor Sheether's motion because I think I would agree with that outcome if the General Manager actually decides that way. Like several other councillors here, I'm not happy with the way this money has arrived. Wesrock has been pushing for many years for the tollways money to be returned to the West. And as Wesrock president, I attended many delegations to state ministers and even some Commonwealth ministers about getting that money back to the people in Western Sydney. Just the other week, I put out a press release as president of Wesrock that we should be capping the tolls for people in Western Sydney because it's discriminating against us. And for people in Western Sydney who tend to have the lowest incomes, they are paying the highest tolls. And there've been I put a few media release out about it, and it was taken on by the media quite strongly. I even actually appeared on television about a week ago talking about it. So people want the toll money to come back to Western Sydney, but they don't want it to come back in this great big manna from heaven situation that we've had this last couple of weeks. That's not what we want. Yes, we want the money, but we don't want it dumped on us with all the problems that it's going to give us in terms of supporting all the infrastructure and the assets. What we've been pushing for through WesRock is that the money that comes back should be given to Western Sydney councils on an ongoing grant basis, so that every year some of that Western Sydney toll money comes back to us, which then would help us manage these resources, manage the depreciation, etc. And I'm still going to be pushing for that through WesRock, and I hope this council will support that, because that's the only way that these things can happen, is if, as some councillors have said, if we get funding to support the ongoing maintenance and operation of these assets. To just dump them on us now, and it's obviously a last-minute election thing. I don't know how obvious you can get, but this is pretty obvious. And to dump it on us now without the support, everyone here is saying, well, we're going to have this problem down the track. Well, yes, we are, because this state government has not thought this through. They're giving out lollies at the last minute, not worrying about what's going to, how we're all going to end up at the dentist because of all the sugar they're giving us. This whole thing needs to be rethought, and I would suggest that we should lobby WesRock to lobby the state government to keep getting the toll money sent back to Western Sydney, because the tollways haven't closed. The tollways are going to keep going. And in fact, the state government announced that tollways will probably increase their tolls by somewhere between 4 and 5% a year over the next few years. So the government's going to keep raking in that money, but it should come back to us not as a last minute drop, but as an ongoing funding process, which allows us to support all these assets. So by default, I'm going to support Councillor Sheether's motion, but it's not the ideal motion that I would have liked to put up. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I must admit, I am completely at fault here. Procedure under the Code of Meeting Practice is that the General Manager has to read a statement once we become out of the Committee of the Whole. Is that ready to go? I'll pass over to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A procedural motion was moved by Councillor Wheeler, seconded by the Mayor, Councillor McMahon, that Council move into Committee of the Whole to consider this matter. The procedural motion was carried. The procedural motion was, the General Manager reported to the Council that whilst in Committee of the Whole, the committee discussed a number of matters in relation to the local government allocation of the West Invest program and options for the use of Council's remaining funding allocation. These options included the redevelopment of Turnbull Oval, redevelopment of Colby Park and road safety projects. The committee also discussed the process for making a decision concerning Council's remaining funding allocation, and there were no recommendations made by the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. If everybody's had their say, you're speaking on the amendment, Councillor Wheeler?
Yes, I am. Look, I can't support, I could support the amendment if we had a standalone clause for 4B that I can support, but I can't support the rest of this motion. This is, as the Deputy Mayor states, blatantly political. It's, Councillor Kotlash said the same as she left the room. This is pork barrelling. The really tragic thing here is that we're being pork barreled with bacon that we're going to pay for through tolls and ongoing maintenance of these assets for decades. The money can't come back to councils from the toll roads because they've been privatised. That's where this money came from. The deal with that privatisation was that the toll road operator pockets that money. That's why they paid billions for this public asset. This isn't public. This isn't a gift. This is something that the public already paid for once and will continue to pay for decades. This is the most cynical, most appalling move from the Liberal government that I think we've seen in its term. It's blatant election, it's vote buying with public money. The timing, the only thing more spectacular than the cynicism of this is the timing. Who knew that it would come out just before the state election? Gosh. So what we've got now is this fast rollout of infrastructure projects, putting all the responsibility of design and delivery onto already stretched councils in Western Sydney to deliver the state government's election promises. And the fact that this is coming to us as a mayoral minute, not as a report from the General Manager about the impacts of this cost on our operation and delivery plan, shows how politically driven this is. How are we going to deliver these projects? Almost $100 million worth of works in less than 3 years, whilst we try and recover from 3 years of natural disasters. What will be the impact of it on our current works program? We don't know. What will be the impact of these projects on council's operating budget in 10 years' time? We don't know. Have we got any funding for maintenance and increased staff? No. Will we sacrifice one library for a new one? Probably, but we don't know. There's a huge issue of intergenerational equity here. The Deputy Mayor has called this a sugar hit. We were warned at the local government conference by a leading economist of the impact of this government's sugar hits on the viability of the local government sector going forward. And here we have it. So the next generation is paying. This is not consistent with the principles of the Local Government Act. In fact, it directly violates the principles of sound financial management outlined in that Act. Under 8BD2, it calls on us to consider the current generation funding the cost of its services and that we should have regard to intergenerational equity. It also, the Act also demands that our decision-making is informed, and this isn't. This is, we are really under the pump, and the staff are we're clearly under the pump getting this together as well. And we can see from the email from Hawkesbury Little Athletics and their questions and the concerns that they've raised about Tamplin Field that there was far more consultation needed with end users before we put this project forward in its current form. We've got this debacle with pending debacle with synthetic turf that we're frantically trying to defend on Facebook. With a leading expert from the University of Western Sydney has spoken out. Now, this is a man who measured temperatures of 85 degrees Celsius at Bayside. It's another 10 degrees hotter here. Are we expecting kids to play on that? Do we have any wriggle room here? Can we amend these projects, or are we stuck with what we've got now? It appears that we have no wriggle room because now we've got this artificial cutoff on Friday by the Department of Premier and Cabinet. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the government's going to spontaneously combust at the end of this week and be incapable of making any further decisions. This is ludicrous. This is the most appalling governance, terrible decision making. And frankly, it's really poor form of us to suggest that a council employee would be left to make a decision about how our assets are built, maintained and funded into the future. Can I remind you of how this council treated the previous general manager and the nonsense that has been spun in this chamber about him?
Point of order.
Let's not do that to another employee.
Councillor Connolly.
Good grief.
What's your point of order?
I assume we're done, actually.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to conclude that statement. Perhaps with my own statement of blatantly political notice of motion that come from every Greens councillor across the country from the direction of their party, which we've had many of over this term of council.
Relevance, Madam Mayor?
I'm the chair. I'm allowed to make comments.
No, I think that's how it
We
goes.
have a 11 p.m. deadline coming up. I'd like someone to move a resolution whether we extend time.
I'd like to move that we come back next week after the conclusion of this item. We've got a number of items left. We're not going to be able to get any reasonable time. It's not reasonable to the community to keep watching till 1 a.m. I think we should conclude this item and come back next week.
Do I have a seconder for that?
Actually, yes.
You've got to work tomorrow. People have to work tomorrow. Thank you, Councillor Zamprogno. I'll put that procedural motion that we end at the conclusion of this item.
Can I move an amendment to a procedural motion?
Oh, let me double check. I don't think you can.
And we should check with the general manager that there isn't something so urgent that it can't wait.
There is.
Is that the
There's
briefing? Yeah.
And also, Madam Mayor, surely Councillor Kotler should be included in this decision.
Oh, that's very good. Her vote is valid for that motion, absolutely, but we haven't concluded the item and she can't be in the item. I know, I just was getting
Shall we
close.
move- shall
It
we-
doesn't, it has to be sorted by 11.
Shall we move to an extension till 11:30 and then deal with the deferment after that?
Or 11:15. I think we'll be done by 11:15. Are you happy to move an extension to 11:15 and then we will vote on a deferment?
Move an extension to the end of this item. Yeah.
Can I have a seconder for that?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons Bucket. All in favour? Thank you. We'll proceed with a resolution on this item. If everybody has spoken, Councillor Lyons Bucket.
I haven't spoken on the amendment. I put the amendment. I spoke on the motion and I'll only do it briefly, but just to address Councillor Wheeler, I think I would be prepared to remove points 2 and 3. I mean, I see point 1, 2 and 3. Point 1 is quite superfluous, but if you want a public record of it, that's okay. I know the staff have done a wonderful job and I'm always happy to thank them, but I don't really think that we need to write to them letters of appreciation. I think we can just pass on our thanks in person as we go along. And I also think that it's the local members' job to have done that. If we were going to write to her, I'd be asking her about setting up a fund for something else. But I think if I'm happy to remove points 2 and 3, if that gives any more support, maybe it loses support, maybe there is no support, I don't know.
Let's
But I'm
test that
happy to
support
do
then.
that.
So is that the conclusion of those comments? Thank you very much. So if no one else is wishing to speak on the amendment, which we will just get adjusted on the board, which is the elimination of points 2 and 3. Everybody's spoken. Yes, I'll put the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. In favour of the amendment are Councillor Dogramachi, Councillor Lyons Bucket and Councillor Wheeler. The amendment has failed. The previous motion is now the motion. Sorry, staff, if you can just fix that on the board, please. Yes, that is correct. Is anyone else wishing to add anything else, or we've all said our piece? Councillor Connolly?
Okay, so really quick question. The point 4 from the amendment that just failed, the 4B, which was that we asked the government to put that money in a fund. I don't think that that's going to happen, but I still think we should try. So whilst I don't think it should be part of the motion, I think it would be good if yourself and the general manager could, before a decision is made on Friday, push really, really hard on that and just see what kind of response we get before Friday. It doesn't need to be in the motion, but
I think it might need to be, because otherwise we have to do 4.
We're delegating authority to the general manager. So if the general manager gets a positive result to that and decides not to go ahead with that, that's
Well,
okay.
you'd have to amend it, I would say, to delegate to the general manager to ask that question, communicate the answer to councillors, and then
No, so I don't mean communicate back to councils. I just mean, I think it would be worth pushing back and seeing what kind of response we get. If we happen to get a surprise and got anything at all like a positive response, the general manager could use the delegation we've given her not to go ahead and select any of those proposals and to do something different. I don't foresee that happening, but I think it's definitely worth our investing our time in trying.
are you happy that that's not in the motion, but to do it?
Do you want me to
So
repeat
it is
that?
as it is.
Yeah.
It is as it is, but in the meantime, you also seek the possibility, ask the question of whether the funding,
I said you and the general manager.
sorry,
Yeah.
myself and you, apparently, whether we can contact the state government and ask them whether the remaining funds could actually be
Yeah.
kept in a separate fund for the ongoing
I
maintenance
think
of
you
the
just
assets.
communicate the general outrage of the council of being put in that position, and there was a huge amount of pushback that we want those money. We still want those funds because they belong to our ratepayers, and we want to use it to maintain the assets. And we expect they'll likely say no, but it's worth a go.
So it's not part of the motion, but it's an additional
Well, it's just a
letter.
suggestion from
It's
me.
a suggestion.
Yeah.
Can I just chip in? What I would be concerned about the councillors is that I'm not going to get an answer.
Yeah.
But by Friday, they'll get caught up in a whole lot of other troubles, I suspect, if I do that.
I think we can put the question in an email tomorrow. If we don't get an answer, then we don't get an answer, but we've put the question. Yeah, we can send that through. I'll note that down on my third letter to send. Okay. Maintenance, okay. All right, therefore, councillors, the motion is as it stands on the board. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, right reply. It's late. Councillor Sheether.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Where we're right to the staff, there's some staff in the sports council that's worked really hard with council staff as well. And I know because she's on holidays and she's ringing me all the time, working on those projects. We don't have to accept any of these. We have, and it's our responsibility to deal with them. And I'm sure with the information that's been provided and the like, the staff's well aware of ongoing maintenance and the like. Things like our new swimming pool, we were so over the moon about it and the like. It's going to cost us a fortune, and the community's going to love it. So, like we can look at this as a glass half full or glass half empty. Mine's half full. How we manage the future, again, is up to us. And we always get money around election time. And we're not the only local council in New South Wales. I doubt there's too many of them screaming about what they're getting. It's about us managing it. And that's why my suggestion was to general manager. There's no better person in this room with an understanding of where this is going to go to. And I can tell because the hair changed colour. and we've got to work through this. The projects and the money and the likes. It's up to us to ask questions and offer directions and the likes. So, Madam Mayor, that's why I suggested that. I'm certainly not trying to delegate my responsibility by asking this to happen. It is our responsibility to make decisions, but we are talking about big money and the like, and we aren't informed enough for that. And at least the general manager's got a little bit of time to fill the gaps, I guess, hopefully will satisfy us at the end of the day.
Thank you, councillor. I'll put the motion as it appears on the board. All those in favour, please raise your hand. In favour are Councillor Reardon, Councillor Weigel, Councillor Sheether, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Durick, Councillor Zamprogno, Councillor McMahon. Those against? Councillor Dogramachi, Councillor Lyons Bucket and Councillor Wheeler. Absent from the room is Councillor Kotlash. I'll just call Councillor Kotlash back in and we will put our procedural motion.
There's nothing else in that business paper that needs to be dealt with tonight.
I think they're about to tell us. I'm sorry. I think they were trying to tell us.
No, I'm just checking about timing of a potential other meeting. You can still move your motion, I suppose, Councillor Connolly.
I'll move that we adjourn the meeting and come back to deal with any remaining business next week.
Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Zamprogno.
Just a question. Madam
Yes,
Mayor.
Councillor Sheether.
Is there anything in our business paper, because we have got reports of committees for the traffic committee and the like, that requires attention tonight?
I'll just confer with the general manager.
It went through on block.
Yeah.
Oh, it did. It's dealt with, Councillor Sheether. That's
Right.
correct.
Yes.
It's the motions for the conference, review of committees, pathway, councillor questions, and then we go into confidential.
Is there any of those? What about the confidential stuff? Is that they required tonight? Okay.
No. They are on block. Would you be happy to break into confidential to deal with it on block?
Well, I mean, My motion is my motion. But
Yeah,
we-
your
we
motion still
can-
stands.
Yeah.
Sorry, councillor Connolly.
Can you do it in 7 minutes?
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, it's probably, well, I'll change the motion to, we deal with items 15 and 16 and then adjourn the meeting.
Seconder for that. Thank you. All those in favour? Carried. Just looking around the room. To deal with items 15 and 16, we will need to break into confidential.
Move that way.
Oh, sorry. Set the time and date. So Tuesday the
7.
Okay. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is set the time for the next meeting to deal with the outstanding items.
Tuesday, the 7th of February at 6:30 p.m.
Tuesday, the 7th of February, 6:30 p.m. Yes.
Yep. What time was the briefing going to be?
It must be after that, I imagine, but it was going to be at 6:30 p.m. Yeah.
Okay.
You're in trouble, Laurie.
It was all approved based. Okay, so that's fine. So the nominated date for the next meeting will be Tuesday, the 7th of February at 6:30 p.m. I will now ask someone to move into confidential. Councillor Reardon, Councillor Connolly seconded that. All those in favour? Thank you. We'll now move into confidential. Welcome back, everybody, from confidential session. I'll hand over to the General Manager to read the outcome of the items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In respect of item 015, lease to Amy Mary Platt, Shop 3, McGrath's Hill Shopping Centre, 1 Phillip Place, McGrath's Hill. Whilst in closed session, the council resolved on the motion of Councillor Connolly, seconded by Councillor Kotlash, that 1, council agree to enter into a new lease with Amy Mary Platt in regard to Shop 3, McGrath's Hill Shopping Centre, 1 Phillip Place, McGrath's Hill, in accordance with the proposal outlined in the report. 2, authority be given for the lease and any other necessary documentation in association with this matter to be executed under the seal of council. 3, details of council resolution will be conveyed to the lessee, together with the advice that council is not and will not be bound by the terms of its resolution until such time as the appropriate legal documentation to put such resolution into effect has been granted to be agreed and executed by all parties. For the motion were councillors McMahon, Reardon, Weigel, Sheether, Connolly, Kotlash, Dogramachi, Jurek, Lyons Bucket, Wheeler, Zampronio. Councillor Calvert was absent for the vote. In respect of item 016, property matter lease to Stephen Heil, 139 March Street, Richmond. Whilst in closed session, council resolved on the motion of Connolly, seconded by Councillor Kotlash, that council agree to enter into a new lease with Stephen Heil in regards to 139 March Street, Richmond, as outlined in the report. Authority be given for any documentation in association with this matter to be executed under the seal of council. 3, details of council's resolution be conveyed to the lessee, together with the advice that council is not and will not be bound by the terms of its resolution until such time as the appropriate legal documentation to put the resolution into effect has been agreed to and executed by all parties. For the motion were councillors McMahon, Reardon, Weigel, Sheether, Connolly, Kotlash, Dogramachi, Jurek, Lyons Bucket, Wheeler, Zampronio. Councillor Calvert was absent for the vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. I now declare the meeting closed at 11:16 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Can I just ask a question?